to thank the donors to our travel fund. It really is something special that the members of the public here are here in large part because of the donations of the pipeline industry. Really says something about what we're building here, and I really appreciate it. Also, just received another contribution this morning from Prop Systems that just this morning I didn't have a chance to put that up there. So thank you so much. Last month, we lost somebody very close to our hearts, Marlene Robinson. She's the mother of Liam Wood, one of the victims of the Olympic pipeline tragedy in Bellingham. She was a founding board member of the Pipeline Safety Trust and husband to Bruce Braybeck, another founding member of the Pipeline Safety Trust and current board member and treasurer. She was a founding force behind the Pipeline Safety Trust, and we are who we are largely because of her. Her voice, her strength, her courage, and her insistence that we put people and the environment over profits shaped everything we do. And I'm going to now turn it back over to Beth to continue to honor her memory.
On behalf of the board and the trust, we would like to celebrate the enduring spirit of Marlene Robinson, a woman of profound courage, who has transformed unimaginable grief into a powerful force of change following the tragic loss of her 18-year-old son, Liam. In a preventable pipeline explosion that devastated the community of Bellingham, Marlene faced pain that no parent should endure, yet from the depths of the profound loss, she found strength to stand before national leaders with resolute determination to protect others, and has done so for over 20 years. Marlene remained a courageous and unwavering voice, demanding accountability and fighting tirelessly for pipeline safety so that no other family would have to endure similar avoidable tragedies. Her advocacy was born from the love of her son and community, and stands as a lasting testament to her strength, resilience, and love. It's an honor to present a new award for the Trust, the Marlene Robinson Courage in Pipeline Safety Award, which honors and uplifts Marlene's incredible resilience and strength and courage. I'd like to play.
Go to the next. Bear with us.
Our teachers and our parents and grandparents and our environment. It's time for us to assert our right and our responsibility as citizens to say we need to think about the health and the safety of our children and of our teachers and of our parents and grandparents and our environment before we think about pipeline profits. The pipeline industry will never have as its bottom line the health and safety of communities. It is up to communities themselves and therefore their public representatives and government agencies to ensure that pipelines are safe. We would have to pay our way to Washington, D.C., and we would try to give our input, and we would have the ability to speak in front of the Senate, which was incredible for us. But what we realized was that there were one or two of us citizens in a room who knew nothing about pipelines, and we were surrounded by pipeline corporate CEOs and lobbyists who knew everything about it, who were there every day, who were being paid an enormous amount of money to influence politicians and being enormously successful at it.
If you know Marlene, then you definitely know her amazing partner, Bruce Braybeck, founding board member for the Pipeline Safety Trust. Both Bruce and Marlene have been a guiding post for so many, including myself. Right next to Marlene's unwavering commitment, I have witnessed profound strength and leadership within Bruce to man change that we all know is possible. Bruce, we both celebrate you and Marlene in this moment, And thank you for always being the strength that our communities need and the inspiration for so many. It'll be an honor to present this award every year, and it is such an honor to first present this award to Bruce. And thank you so much for all that you continue to do, Bruce. We really appreciate you.
I'm gonna try to talk. When I looked around and saw people raising their hand who were here for the first time, and how many have been here for a long time, or coming before, those of you who've been before probably know me or met me. I'm really glad to see so many new. I thought I was talking loud enough, but okay. I'm really glad to see so many new people and to hear the story of the trust. Seeing the videos of Marlene will never be as articulate as her, and she was a role model for me. I talked a lot about trying to, I want to have a voice for pipeline safety, and I've done my best. I think sometimes the best is just being in the room, and that's what I am today. And why I'm still on the board, why I keep coming every year is obviously for Liam, and now it's for Liam and Marlene. And I wanted to just popped into my head about the importance for Marlene is when she was a kid, there was a fairy tale called The Enchanted Pig. And it was a story about a girl or a woman who got given a sentence by a witch, and she had to wear out 3 pairs of iron shoes before she could be reunited with her husband. And I bring that up because Marlene was captivated by that as a child, but then later she said she realized that had turned into her life. After Liam died, she had to wear out 3 pairs of iron shoes, and that's what it was like. She was carrying that weight. I've always carried that weight. I can say that she did wear them out. She did find joy again in the world, but it took her to walk all those miles that it would take to wear out 3 pairs of shoes. So I'm here. This is a little early. Marlene just passed in early October, but it was time for the conference. I couldn't not be here. Like I said, it's important for me to be here, to be in the room, just to remind people of the seriousness of why we're here. And so I thank you all for being here, and I'll keep being here for Liam and for Marlene. And I thank the board and the staff and for this surprise, because I really didn't know about this. And I'll keep trying to live up to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I cannot overstate how much of an inspiration Marlene and you have been to me, and 2 of the greatest human beings I've ever known. I see a lot of people in the back. There are plenty of seats over here. They're not all in the front row, if that worries you, but there are lots of seats over on this side. And there's lots of seats scattered in throughout here, so I encourage you to find a seat. There are plenty. Beth talked about this a little bit, but just stating the obvious, this is a room full of very diverse stakeholders with different perspectives. Sometimes those perspectives are adversarial, and the conversations over the next couple days will be uncomfortable at times, but I encourage you all to lean into that. This is a really rare opportunity. This doesn't happen in a lot of places where these kind of differing perspectives are in the same room, so let's take advantage of it. I ask that we always engage with respect, listen before responding, and ask questions with curiosity, and challenge ideas, but not people. But really, respectful dialogue does not mean avoiding difficult topics. That's why we're here. This is the first time since 2006, since we've been doing the conference. I think that was the first year of the conference, 2006. It's the first time that PHMSA is not here. We have known that for some time, certainly before the shutdown, so we were able to plan around it. That means we have some former PHMSA leadership here, which we're really thrilled about, and we'll have a town hall with them later. We were able to have some former PHMSA staff. And we also have a lot more state regulators here, which is a great opportunity. So we'll keep doing our work of bringing stakeholders together, and we look forward to welcoming them back to the conversation. So now I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Gary Kenney is an oil and gas accident investigator. He's investigated many high-profile explosions and other failures during his nearly 50-year career, including the Deepwater Horizon explosion and fires in 2010. We all have a lot to learn from his hard-earned knowledge, and I'm thrilled to welcome Dr. Gary Kenney to the stage.
Good morning. As Bill noted a little bit earlier, not sure about the rest of you, but I got to the airport yesterday at about 4 o'clock and arrived here at about 3 in the morning. And so when I said 4 o'clock, it was 4 in the afternoon. And I was thinking to myself, you know what? I could be sitting in London or Paris about now. So anyways, thank you to the Trust for inviting me to speak. And as was noted in one of the original slides there, I'm going to try to give you a perspective of my, I hate to say it, some 50 years of experience, of which half of that has been overseas, working in various regulatory regimes, and not only working in, but working with and for the regulators, and the other half here in the United States. So when Bill and Clayton and others asked me to speak, they said, would you bring that different perspective that you have, both that overseas work and your work here in the United States, to today's conference, to kind of open up the debate? So as I was thinking about the topic, I thought, right, these two questions kept popping into my mind. Can one deregulate and still prioritize safety? I thought, you know, the two questions are they inherently incompatible? Is prioritizing safety and deregulating inherently compatible? And can the two exist? Hence the questions up there. So we'll kind of speed through here, and I'll give you my perspective as we work on through the presentation. As Bill noted, and as I noted that, my after getting my doctoral degree, my first job was with the Arabian American Oil Company, Aramco. Today it's known as Saudi Aramco. For those of you that don't know Aramco, it's a highly integrated Saudi or national oil company. Exploration and drilling, oil production, terminaling, refining, the whole smear. We had it all under our belts. Okay, so, and when I started there, I started with their loss prevention department. And about 3 weeks after I got off the airplane in Saudi Arabia, we had an explosion and fire in one of our gas oil separators. As a result of that, the executives convened an engineering investigation committee consisting of a number of managers and vice presidents in the engineering group. And they looked around and they said, you know, we need somebody to write a report. So they kind of looked around and they said, man, he's only been off the plane for 3 weeks. He's written a thesis, a master's thesis, he's written it. He wants to know how to write a report, so we'll put him on as the scribe to the committee. For the next 3 months, then I was ascribed to this engineering investigation committee. And I mean just as we were finishing the report and all the PowerPoint presentations, which, boy, back then PowerPoint was nothing compared to today, we blew up another gospel. In both those cases, we were lucky. No fatal injuries, no even serious injuries. Everybody that was in the facilities were able to evacuate. Well, we flattened them. I mean, they were just nothing anymore on the ground. Guess who got to be described to the next engineering investigation committee? Yes. Of the 11 years in Aramco, I probably spent half of that time investigating incidents and accidents, and the other half of that time trying to develop programs in that to prevent those kinds of accidents from occurring. After I left Aramco, I went to the United Kingdom and started with a very venerable old consulting engineering firm there called Kramer & Warner, and Sir Frederick Warner was still one of the primary owners of it. And in 1988, well, actually in the 70s and the 80s, the UK North Sea sector, that was just awash with oil and gas activity, drilling and putting in offshore platforms. The Piper Alpha platform, as you see here, was one of the first ones to go into operation. It's about 125 miles northeast in the North Sea of Aberdeen, sitting in about 464 feet of water. It's on steel legs. So steel legs are approximately 550 feet or so. There's an accommodation quarter, and if you look at under that helipad, the H, that was the main accommodation quarters on the platform. A 4-story building, a steel structured building there. On July 6th, at about 10 p.m., a series of explosions and fires ripped through it. The first explosion and fire that developed was in the C module, which is the gas processing module. As you can see there, the pictures to the left are of that first explosion that occurred in the module. The module sat right next to the control room. It also took out other facilities, and that first explosion damaged a number of vessels that were there within the module itself, broke pipelines within the module, and the next thing we had crude oil, gas everywhere across the pipe, or across the platform. The fires continued for a period of time, and as a result, there were what they call a number of risers, very large pipelines, 24 to 30 inches in diameter, started to fail and exploded and contributed to the fires. By the next morning, that was all that was left of the platform. If you listen to the radio transmissions between a number of vessels that were operating in the facility at that point in time and the shore, and they say, when first light broke and they start to describe there's nothing there, you can hear the shoreline say, that's impossible, that can't be, that's not right. You know, what do you mean there's nothing there? The platform's gone, it's not there. So of the consequences of that, of the immediate, of the 226 people that were on board at the time of the accident, there were 165 that were fatally injured. There were also 2 rescuers who had been dispatched in a small rescue craft from one of the other vessels. They were caught up when one of the risers exploded, and the craft was immediately underneath the platform at the time. Total loss of the platform estimated in today's dollars at about $1.2 billion, and it also disrupted 10% of the daily gas and oil production of the United Kingdom. A public inquiry was convened under the chairmanship of Lord Cullen. I was appointed by Lord Cullen to direct his technical investigations into that public inquiry. And if you're not familiar with the public inquiry, in accidents of that particular size, the United Kingdom or English government sets up an entirely independent group underneath typically a law lord like Lord Cullen was, a Scottish law lord, or a judge of that particular nature. And they then take evidence from the public, take evidence from the industry as to what the cause might be, as well as make recommendations. Some 106 recommendations were made, one of which was the promulgation of the offshore safety case regulations, which actually occurred in 1992 by the United Kingdom's Health and Safety Executive. I'll say just kind of equivalent to our United States Occupational Safety and Health Administration. In addition, one of the recommendations from Lord Cullen, which was actually quite unusual, was that they transfer the regulatory authority from the Department of Energy, a group within the Department of Energy, to the United Kingdom Health and Safety Executive because of the disparity that Lord Cullen found when evidence was taken over the way offshore safety was being regulated and onshore safety was being regulated. And he was of a view that offshore safety had basically just mortified, developed rigor, or I'm sorry, yeah, but it basically was static since it was originally done. It also resulted in the company's sale of the United Kingdom, of their United Kingdom North Sea assets about 5 years afterwards. So, fast forward, that was 1988, completed the inquiry in 1990, regulations were developed in 1992, and following the inquiry, I was seconded into the United Kingdom's HSE, Health and Safety Executive, to assist with taking some of the recommendations and turning them into regulations. In 2010, many of you, especially those of you from the New Orleans area, will be very familiar with the BP Maconda accident that occurred. Deepwater Horizon drilling rig was kind of near the completion of finishing a well, a deep water well. That had a blowout. It then exploded and a fire developed there. And we ended up with the loss of the platform. Some 11 workers were fatally injured, another 17 seriously injured. Total loss of the platform, and a spill of about 50 to 70,000, estimated 50 to 70,000 barrels of oil a day occurring from the underwater nature of it. Longer term consequences, total losses were estimated at about 3.2 million barrels of oil. And similar to Piper Alpha, an inquiry was put forward, or not before, but was commissioned by the Department of Interior and the United States Coast Guard at the time, with the Department of Justice in the background. And I was requested to lead, or act as the lead forensic investigator into those particular issues. A real focus on all the failures that occurred within the blowout preventer because of the nature of the spill. Following that, following the recommendations coming out of the inquiry that was set up, the regulatory duties of what was at that time the Minerals Management Administration were split between 3 groups within the Department of Industry, and 3 new rules were also promulgated. I will say, thank goodness, I was not asked to assist in that particular process. You can come back to that in a bit. Okay, so why are we here? Why this issue on deregulating? Well, since the Trump administration, since the change in administration and Trump came in, the administration has issued, as of about, I think it was September 1 or September 15, something like 191 executive orders. There are about 13 to 20 of those that are very focused on the energy industry, and by that, why bringing into play the nuclear industry as well as the oil and gas industry. One of those, very early on, January 20th, and that is this, declaring a national energy emergency. And as you can see up there, it talks about energy security being a top priority, and also that the U.S. has a potential to become a main supplier of energy to its partners and allies. And in fact, that is the case today. The United States, and there'd be a lot of discussion, I know, around liquid natural gas. Today, the United States is the largest exporter of liquid natural gas in the world. Another executive order, 14270, and that talks about zero-based budgeting and unleashing American energy. And what it notes in its purposes in that is that the Code of Federal Regulations, now these are regulations that a lot of regulatory authorities develop, not only, as you're going to hear later, about the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the FAA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, there are a lot of them, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, that when you put all those together, they now span some 200,000 pages. Quite a lot of paperwork. The purpose also notes that governments by regulation feels that there's it's imposed severe costs on the oil energy, and that the net result is an energy landscape that is trapped in the 1970s. I think that might be a little bit overstated, but I would say 1970s, 80s, 90s, that's probably not too far off. That's not to say that a lot of these regulations have not been amended, but when you look back and later on, when you look at the pipeline safety rules that hazardous material safety rules governing pipelines, originally brought in, and the gas transmission safety rules, originally brought in the late 60s, 1970s, the LNG safety rules, kind of rewritten and brought in about 1980. So yeah, you know, a lot of the original rules were written back then. A lot of those have been amended. None of them have really gone back in and looked at the totality of them and rewritten the totality of those rules. So our today's, and for the next day and a half, the focus of this conference is really going to be around pipeline safety, liquid natural gas facility safety and that. And if we look at the regulations that are focused in that particular area, underneath the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Administration, that you can find subpart D of the 49 CFR, and it covers all of those. You see pipeline safety enforcement, hazardous materials pipelines, gas transmission pipelines, liquid natural gas facility siting regulations, etc. And there's quite a, and if you go through, you actually go into the Code of Federal Regulations, you start at Part 190 and you finish at Part 199, the last one. There's about 285 pages of regulations written, which is double column, single-space regulations. That does not include all of the various consensus standards. A number of those regulations call into play standards from such groups as the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, API, the American Petroleum Institute, the National Fire Protection Association, etc. That 285 pages is regulations in itself, some of which have appendices into it. Specifically, running out of caffeine here, specifically, Part 193 is focused on liquefied natural gas. Now, they're about 20 pages in length, the totality of the regulations. But those regulations call in a number of requirements from these consensus standards, and one of the big ones is the National Fire Protection Association's 59. One of the points that was made in regards to a recent advance notice of public rulemaking that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration published on May 5th was that those regulations were originally written in 1980. The current regulations call into play a version of that consensus standard from the National Fire Protection Association that was written in 2001. And that's really kind of before a lot of the build that has been going on in these major liquid natural gas facilities that we're finding along the coast now. So one of the impetuses behind that, one of the reasons industry is saying, hey, that consensus standard's been updated, but your regulations haven't been. And we're actually seeing some conflicts between that. So underneath the aspect, and I'm going to use the term of deregulation at this point in time, or rewriting the regulations, is this aspect of trying to bring a number of those things up to 2026 standards. Okay, over the next day and a half, and sorry, industry representatives, this might be a little bit like football 101. There are different approaches to regulations. By the way, if I can, football 101. Who would you say is the most winning coach in college football? Nobody said Saban? Oh, Saban. No. Saban has won 297 in his career, 297 of his football matches in it. However, he actually has about an 81% percentage of winning. However, Newt Rockney, who only, quote, won 102 games, but he only lost, or 105 games, I'm sorry, but he lost 12. So he's got an 88% winning percentage versus Nick Saban at 81, 82. Although, in regards to Mr. Saban now being on ESPN and various others, he's probably a lot richer than Newt ever was. Over the next few days, or the next day and a half, you're likely to hear a lot of this, and I'm trying to take a little bit of a note from our opening speech in that, and kind of say, let's get around some of the acronyms, the industry speak in that. You're going to hear terms like prescriptive regulations, you're going to hear performance-based, you're going to hear goal-based, you're going to hear all kinds of terms around these types of regulations. If we look at regulatory regimes, and I'm looking at this from my perspective, having worked in various regulatory regimes, kind of at the top is this aspect of what I've termed command and control. Very prescriptive kind of regulation, say you shall do this. Now, what's the prescriptive regulation? Let me take it out of the oil and gas industry and into something we're probably all quite familiar with, and that's traffic regulations. Speed limits. Speed limits are very, very, in my view, very focused kind of command and control prescriptive regulation.
You look at the speeds, you know, if you're driving within a city, if you're driving 25, 35, whatever the posted speed limit is, and you're driving at that speed or below, you're considered to be in compliance with the regulation and inherently or implied driving and operating your vessel or your motor vehicle in a safe manner. So what is more of a performance-based, goal-based? Oh, so let's take all those speed limits away. And let's just, you know, write a very general rule that says, as a driver of a motor vehicle, you shall not operate the vehicle in a way that endangers the life, safety, property of other individuals or the environment. And say, okay, no more speed limits. You have a responsibility, though, you have a goal to operate your motor vehicle in a responsible and safe manner. Now, we could do that. And in a lot of our standards and a lot of our regulations, we have moved from that kind of concept, very prescriptive, you shall do this, and bringing it back into the oil and gas industry. There are a number of the regulations that say, okay, you have to go out and inspect your pipeline. You have to go out and test your transfer hoses. And you have to do that every year, every 5 years, something of that particular nature. So that's a very prescriptive kind of approach. You set up a time limit, you say you have to do this, and you know, and that's it, right? Now, a lot of our regulations also contain performance or goal-based. Taking LNG, some of the design standards, more in NFPA 59A, which the regulation calls out and incorporates that standard by reference. It says, okay, when you design your facility, you shall make sure that the thermal flux radiation, and that's basically kind of the radiation that could cause burns and serious injury to individuals, shall not exceed a certain level. Doesn't say how you're supposed to achieve it, it just says that's what you must achieve. So that is performance or a goal-oriented standard. We're also seeing a lot of management systems regulations coming out, requiring organizations to put in place a safety management system, a process safety management system, et cetera, and that. So we're starting to see that. We have over, and not only here in the United States, but worldwide, we have been moving from that command and control perspective. And a lot of that is based out of what we've been finding in these major accidents into these more performance, goal-oriented forms of regulations and management systems. So we've kind of been moving down that scale a little bit. And in some cases, we've even seen enforced self-regulation and voluntary self-regulation. And in that voluntary, kind of in between that enforced and voluntary, I'll give you the example of Boeing and the FAA. And what had happened over the years is as you design and construct an airplane, there are a whole series of steps where you have to go through a design, construct, and assembly certification process. Originally, the FAA used to be the organization that did all of that design work. Over the years, they allowed Boeing to take that on and basically self-certify that particular process. Then after the two 737 MAX incidents or accidents that occurred, and when they went back in and they started to look at those certificates that Boeing itself and actually some of Boeing's subcontractors did, they found huge discrepancies in them as the period went on. So they've actually now moved back and said, okay, we're taking all that back on board into the FAA and that kind of stuff because that hasn't quite worked the way it would. So as we move down in this, in that kind of deregulatory, are we starting to see those issues of clash between safety and deregulation? I'm putting that out as a question for you to start debating over the next day and a half. Well, let's talk about regulatory enforcement and administration for a second. You know, enforcing prescriptive or command and control regulations are, it's almost black and white. I mean, let's go back to my speed limit example. You got a speed limit, you're on a city street, the posted limit is 35 miles an hour, you're going down that, or let's say in a school zone, it's either 20, 25 miles an hour, and you're going down that street and you're doing 40, you're doing 35 in that school zone and that. And a policeman is there with their radar gun or their laser, and they zap you and they say, oh, okay, you're over the speed limit, we got you. It's a nice black and white. Not only for the policeman, but also for the judge, were to go to a judge. Okay, you know, we see that. This is what the regulation requires. You were in excess of it, you're not in compliance. So it makes it nice. It actually does make it quite nice and comfortable for the regulator as well as the regulated. If I'm operating in a speed limit below that, you know, I'm not going to get a ticket. If I'm operating above, I've got the potential of getting a ticket. Now again, let's flip that a little bit and think about, we'll take those speed limits away. And Mr. Patrol Person is out there and he sees you driving down this city street and you're doing 45 miles an hour. And he says, okay, right, that's not right. You know, I don't think that person is operating their motor vehicle in a responsible and safe manner on the street. So it pulls you over. And getting ready to write a ticket, and you go, well, look, man, this is a bright sunny day. It's a straight street. I can see for 2 miles down. I can see a mile behind me. I can see on both sides. Nobody's around. Why am I getting a ticket? And even a judge would probably be sitting, oh, okay, what's going on here and that. When you get into the performance base, it is much more difficult for the regulator and even the regulated industry and that to understand whether they're in compliance or not. And I speak from experience because after the offshore safety case regulations, I got seconded into the health and safety executive. And one of the responsibilities there is they have to, the offshore operators had to prepare the safety case, their case for operating their facility safely. The regulator was required, the HSE was required to approve that. I shouldn't say approve. Approve is a nasty word amongst regulators, except, yeah. They had to accept the safety case. And we got into some really interesting discussions with the industry when they were bringing their safety cases in as to whether that safety case actually did demonstrate, except that they could operate that facility safely. Now, the fascinating thing is, I mean, we had debates that went on for hours in rooms and that over various provisions in the safety cases. But I will say this, they were debates. We weren't going in head to head. We were going in and we were having open debates. And I experienced that again in Australia, when I was seconded in Australia, when I was in Canada working with the British Columbia Safety Authority and British Oil and Gas Commission, and we're putting the same kinds of things. They were open, heated debates. But at the end of them, both the industry and the regulator walked out comfortable. And that's about as best you can get when you start moving into performance-based regulations. So talking about regulatory enforcement administration, let's bring it back a little bit to pipeline safety net. One of them that's quite interesting is rupture mitigation valves in high consequence areas. And a couple of years ago, myself and Sarah, who's a member of the board, were asked to sit on a committee of the National Academy of Sciences and Engineering. Now, in 1971, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB for short, made their first recommendation following investigations into a series of incidents and accidents involving gas transmission lines. that existing lines, ooh, I've got 1 minute, that I've got, should basically put in rupture mitigation valves. And seeing I only have 1 minute, that recommendation, I had on the one slide, in 2019, when you look at the NTSB's recommendation, or NTSB's testimony to Congress, they said that's still open. Over all this period, we haven't done it. So in 2020, the Congress asked the Academy to look into this particular issue. We did. We wrote a report, and the bulk of the members said, well, you know what, if we enhance the risk kind of mitigation principles and that are in the current existence, we think that will do it. I took a dissenting opinion and said, I think that's too gray. You know, when I look at it, you know, I think there needs to be something a bit more in light of the fact that this recommendation has been around for that period of time. So, actually, what is safety? Now, a few years ago, there was a lot of focus on this attaining and sustaining zero. When you go to websites today, and I'm talking about like websites of Calpine's Energy Transfer and that, you don't see that particular item as much as you did in the past. So I would submit to you that to me, safety today is about this issue of how well do you manage your barriers between allowing an accident, allowing an incident to occur, and then the consequences of that escalating out of control. And I think this is a bow tie. You're likely to see this over the next couple of days. It's a kind of a common example. Industry, oil and gas industry, not only oil and gas, but most of the industry has adopted this concept in a lot. So you'll see that quite a bit. Now, I started with prioritizing safety and deregulation, and I started with 2 questions. Are they inherently incompatible? From my experience, I would say no, I don't believe they are inherently incompatible. Can they coexist? And to that I would answer, yes, I think in the right environment, the 2 can coexist. Can they coexist in the United States? And now I'm comparing my 25 years overseas and 25 years in the United States. I have some serious doubts, especially in the current focus of deregulations. So I was asked to kind of set the scene, to kind of put some thoughts out there that you will be able to debate and have open discussion with over the next day and a half, and I'll stop there. Clayton, a quick question if anybody has one? Yes? Okay. He says yes. Oh, I'm going to get away scot-free. Oh, got one.
We're there. Hi, good morning. Thank you for your keynote today. Very insightful. I took a few pictures. I loved the types of regulation diagram. Stephanie Wilson, Phillips 66. So clearly on the operator side, you can't just stop there. Tell us more. Why do you think in the United States? Because I want to be very much an optimist that we can get the right people and come together and have this environment of coexisting and realizing the best on all fronts.
Okay, quick point. Rewriting regulations as per the executive orders and all of the regulatory administrations, agencies, and that are under this aspect of looking at their regulations. Writing regulations is a skill, an art, a level of compromise, et cetera. I mean, it really is, it's a tough process to write a regulation. To rewrite a regulation for it to be effective, to me, requires a skill akin to a surgeon. not necessarily a neurosurgeon or a vascular surgeon, but a surgeon. And as opposed to kind of the butcher's cleaver or the woodman's axe. And when I look at the executive orders, and I have to say just what's in the public papers and that, I'm not so sure that as we move through this deregulatory, we're not closer to that butcher's cleaver and woodman's axe as we are to the surgeon. Yes?
Yeah, and just one more, thanks.
Yeah. Excellent presentation. Thank you, Gary. Like you, I'm an ex-Aramcon. I'm a recovering Aramcon. I spent 25 years over in Saudi Arabia and 10 years on an API committee rewriting API 14C. And just to respond to the question of why do you feel this way about the U.S. not being able to live in this deregulatory scheme, I used to bring solutions that we used at Aramco that were developed because of internal need. This was innovation that was necessary to meet high pressures that prescriptive approaches didn't address. So we were forced to work out of the box, and to do that, we did extensive risk studies with our loss prevention people and others around the world. And when I was on the API committee for 14C, which is a safety standard for offshore systems, and I would say to the other members, hey, what about adopting some of these schemes that we've used over at Aramco very successfully? I would get pushback and say, Patrick, excuse me, we don't work for the king. We have shareholders that we answer to. And my response was, you all are acting like accountants and cost-driven designers rather than engineers. So just an experience I had on the team. I could go on, but I was really startled by that the API committee with all these other oil company experts in safety systems were bound to cost first. The lens they looked through was cost first and not safety.
Yeah, if the trust had come to me and said, let's change this from prioritizing safety to versus deregulation or in a deregulatory, and it asked me prioritizing safety versus prioritizing profit, you would have seen a different presentation up here. So, and I think that underlies a little bit of my concern on the deregulatory environment today. Yeah. So, okay, I'm over time. Oh, goodness, 5 minutes. Bill, my apologies.
Yeah, no apology necessary, Gary. That was great. Thank you so much. You really set the stage for a lot of the discussion. I'm now going to invite up into these comfortable chairs Alan Mayberry and Massoud Tahamtani. Yeah. What a treat it is for me to introduce these two gentlemen here for this town hall style discussion. Massoud Tahamtani was, until recently, the Deputy Associate Administrator for Policy and Programs for Pipeline Safety at PHMSA, and Alan Mayberry was, until recently, the Associate Administrator for Pipeline Safety at PHMSA, and is now the Vice President for Regulatory Affairs for Jana Corporation. It's an honor to welcome you both. Can't thank you enough for being here. What a treat for all of us in the room to have your perspective. It's been a real pleasure to work with you for the last 5.5 years, and If you could each take a few minutes to introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about the arc of your career so far.
Drawing straws here. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alan Mayberry. Recently retired from PHMSA. I was the Associate Administrator for Pipeline Safety for the last 9 years and retired officially at the end of September. I was with PHMSA about 20 years. And then prior to that, I was in the industry. I was actually working primarily for local distribution companies for about 24 years. So I have about 44 years of experience. And then on the LDC side, I was about half in operations, half in engineering. But that experience there gave me an incredible foundation to come over to help with national policy making at PHMSA, which I found my job quite fascinating. More recently, well, first off, so I left PHMSA. For the first time ever, I cut my grass on a Monday in my life, which was kind of liberating. But over the course of the summer, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. Had conversed with Wayne Bryce and company over at Jana Corporation, and I had known Wayne for years, and I was incredibly impressed at what they were doing when I met them again at our risk modeling workshop related to probabilistic modeling. So, I decided to join Jana in October, and just an incredibly bright group of people. They have an incredible mission, better pipelines for a better world. That's a culture I want to be involved in. I'm also on the board of a company, a technology company, that is another area that was a passion for me in my final years at PHMSA that deals with looking for bending strain in pipelines, but that's another story. I'll end it there and I'll turn it over to Massoud.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Bill, for having us. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about pipeline safety. Right out of college, I wanted to serve the public, even though I had multiple job offers. I joined the State Corporation Commission in Virginia, which is the regulatory agency that does regulate a lot of industries, unlike some of the other states, anything from insurance to electric rates to pipeline safety. The first 10 years of my life there, I helped the commission regulate the electric industry. And then when the pipeline safety manager announced that he was going to retire, I jumped in, I volunteered to jump into pipeline safety because I felt like the work that we could do to save life was worth everything. So for the next 28 years, I directed the Virginia pipeline safety and toward the end, rail safety. And by the time that I was thinking about retiring, because I had done all the good things I knew how to do, somebody called me and said, go help Alan Mayberry. He needs somebody in DC to help him. So joined PHMSA, served there for about 7 years. But because some family health issues, I decided to retire and help my wife with some health issues. And I'm so glad to be here with Alan and with Bill, and hopefully we can give you another perspective. I'm going to try to limit my perspective, if you will, on the state side. I know my state friends are here, but I want to give you a flavor of what I did in Virginia, what we could do at the state level, and hopefully Alan can paint a picture from a federal level.
Okay. Well, I've got some questions to kind of start the discussion. I think Gary did a great job introducing some of these topics for us, and then we'll turn it over to the audience for questions at the end there. So my first question, you both spent decades building expertise in pipeline safety regulation and represented career expertise in an agency that requires deep technical knowledge, an agency of a lot of engineers. What does it mean for pipeline safety when that kind of institutional expertise leaves, whether through retirement programs or other means?
Well, certainly recruiting, hiring, retaining competent staff, expert staff, to oversee the incredible infrastructure that we oversee out there has been a challenge for years. And I know I appreciate the, working with some of you in the room related to, getting tools from Congress that allow us to retain staff. More recently, we have, or the agency has lost, by the way, I'm going to say we, and I really mean they, but I didn't do my disclaimer. I'm not a PHMSA employee now, so what you hear today is strictly my opinion. But anyway, recruiting and hiring, retaining has been a challenge. We do have an incredible staff, or they have an incredible staff. I will say that there really is no hiring restriction or on the inspection side, the boots on the ground, that was not affected. So we've continued to have and continued to recruit and staff for boots on the ground. Related to other expertise, we lost some expertise in retirements more recently, and those they just have to backfill. I think it presents other opportunities that as we go down the road that of using other tools, perhaps AI, that PHMSA has actually tested using for some processes, but maybe there's an opportunity to actually leverage that as we go forward, in overseeing the pipeline industry.
When I took over the Virginia program, we had 3 inspectors to cover 20,000 miles of pipeline. Then we had a couple of accidents, and we lost a couple of people. At that point, I went to my 3 commissioners and said, I don't want this job. They said, why not? I said, because we don't have the resources to really protect the people. They then supported, we grew the program to 15 inspectors and did all sorts of great things. But as Alan said, and I think you all know, it is tough to recruit at the state level and even at the PHMSA level because we can't pay what the industry pays. I used to hire folks, really good people, train them very well, and I knew I would lose them in 3 years to the industry. They would walk out of my office and make another $40,000 a year on top of that. So that is a challenge that I think the government has. Technical knowledge we have to have, training we have to be able to sit with the operators, be reasonable, understand all these complex issues and the systems to be able to do a good inspection, a good review at the very end, particularly at the state level. The commissions regulate rates and safety at the same time. So you can't really push safety to the point that it's a Cadillac and no one can actually afford the gas that's flowing through their pipelines. So it's a bigger challenge for the state to balance those two, but clearly the technical knowledge and training is needed. And I think most of you know that PHMSA has a training facility in Oklahoma City where we train all of our inspectors, both PHMSA and the state, but the challenge remains. Now, good news is that last year we worked very hard and got the states another $20 million of grant where it can allow them hopefully to keep their people and maybe hire more folks to do the inspections and oversight of 80% of the pipelines. I think we all know that 80% of the pipelines are under the state's safety oversight. So again, back to your question, very important.
Yeah, thanks. I think that distinction of the state is important to remember. I think the public sees two-thirds of the PHMSA career leadership here on the stage now as former PHMSA employees, and there's some concern from the public perspective of what's been lost. And I think the reminder that the states have more resources now and how much of pipeline safety is really in the state's hands is reassuring. Do you think the public has reason to be concerned of the loss of experience?
Well, certainly the loss of senior leadership was unexpected. I don't think there was an expectation that so many of us would leave, but the agency responded. The agency has people in place in acting roles, and I have confidence in Linda, who's acting associate administrator. I worked with her for so many years, just an awesome pipeline safety advocate and effective regulator. Tim Gaither, who leads Massoud's former position in policy and programs, just vast knowledge, focused mainly on the security side, but a great leader, and I know has a steady hand, as well as Rod Seeley, who's been helping out on the field operations side. Many of you who are operators have been on the other end of the table, other side of the table with Rod, but just an incredible amount of experience. He's very pragmatic, so I have confidence in those acting roles. Well, I know, I imagine that recruiting is feverishly going on right now for those senior leadership positions.
I can't add anything to that, except that we still have a lot of good people at PHMSA. Some of them are kind of new and don't have the experience that we've had, but we're confident that they will grow into this. They truly believe in safety, and they will do a good job.
Okay. So as Gary went over a bit this morning, we're an administration that's made clear its intent to reduce regulatory burden on the industry. So first question is, from your experience, what's one regulation or regulatory approach that you defend cutting or streamlining?
You know, Gary gave us a lot to swing at earlier. And let me say this. You know, under Trump 1, we also had a focus on what we call deregulation. And I really thrived. I think the agency thrived in that environment. Here again, we've, you know, certainly the intent is to double down on that, and it's what, 9-to-1, 10-to-1 ratio of what you issue to what you take away. I think it presents opportunity to, I like to call it spring cleaning, and I think I used that same term a few years ago at this conference when I was talking about deregulation under Trump 1. But it's really about, and regardless of what you hear, the banter, it's really about making sure resources are put where they're most effective for pipeline safety. And I can tell you as a practitioner of pipeline safety, and as myself, that's how I approached it. And I can tell you the professionals that are still there, the good people that are still there at PHMSA, do have that same approach. The regulation was never thought of, this was never like an easy button. There's no easy button there. That was never the intent. We have a solid statute that gives us direction to oversee the pipeline industry, and it's not about being easy. But it is about making sure that we don't have operators doing stupid things and putting resources where they're not effective. Now, what would I take away? You know, okay, so when we talk about take away regulations or deregulation, it's could be taking some of the prescription. You know, Gary talked about the continuum between prescription and performance-based regulations. I'll give you an example. Looking at defects on pipelines, for instance, dents with metal loss, for instance, there's an opportunity to, while the code as it's written or originally was written predisposed risk by saying, hey, you know, the technology won't really allow us to assess that with clear resolution. Technology's better now. And so now maybe we can loosen up the requirements for assessing and responding to a defect like that. And that's just one example of probably an area where there's opportunity. There are others too, like idle pipeline would be another deregulatory activity I think you could live with. It's really, it gives you another status, operating status, and that's been on the books for a while as far as considering that regulation, but that would have an operating status for a pipeline beyond, you know, abandoned or in service, but now you have a status that's for idle pipelines. It's really needed because it needs to have some requirements in there for how you manage that, the integrity of a pipeline that's just sitting there for future use, and to ensure that when you are ready for future use that it's, you know, meets the requirements. But anyway, that's a long-winded response to some opportunity there.
Actually, I don't like the word deregulation. I think the word should be right-sizing the regulation. The regulation, pipeline safety regulation, first were put on the books back in 1970. And it has slowly grown to what we have today. Some of that regulation is old, and we need to spring clean, if you will, because at the end, if we have regulations that don't make any sense and doesn't add to safety, and we expect the operators to do it, they will do it and they will create a checklist, I've done it, so that when the state or the federal inspector shows up, they say, look, I did it, all right? We got to move away from that type of philosophy in my mind and work with the industry, whether it's prescriptive or performance or a combination thereof, to make sure that the minimum regulation that we have, and they are minimum, they are the most effective they can be. And then hopefully work with the industry, a lot of the companies have this already, to advance their culture to the point that they are doing it because it's the right thing to do, not because the federal government or the state government says you should do this, and then come and try to audit it. The other thing that I want to mention is that under the Pipeline Safety Act, the states have the authority to go above the minimum regulations that are issued by PHMSA, okay? I did that in Virginia, and the results were good where we needed it. So again, I think this is an area where people say everything's being deregulated. I don't believe that's the case. I think some regulations, like Alan said, need to be right-sized, and I believe that at the end, it is the culture, both on the regulator side and on the industry side, that will push us toward that zero incident that we all want.
The flip side of that, what is one regulation or piece of the code that you'd fight to preserve?
Well, obviously one that want to make sure we preserve safety, but I mean, there are numerous examples you could come up with. I just think our general foundation of issuing a policy, and I say our collective, we're all involved in it, it needs to be one that enhances safety. There are examples. You may consider, say, for a class location and how you consider a change. There's, in a special permit, there's an inspection area that has a deadband beyond the actual change in class location. I'm sorry, this gets a little bit specific to a pipeline issue, but that might, having that deadband or having the extra area that is considered an inspection area to account for future class location changes, so that you don't have to keep going back and for a class location change request. That might be something that we would keep in there. Just one obscure example.
Just a couple things comes to mind. Integrity management regulations really has advanced safety in my mind tremendously. So we need to preserve that. We need to fine-tune that, make it better. The other one is operator qualification. The current code could use some improvement. In the state of Virginia, we were running across issues, particularly in construction. And when we asked the person that was doing the work, are you qualified? Yeah, here's my card. Then we sort of looked under that tent, if you will, looked at companies' qualification, training, qualification process. And this was right after San Bruno, where I brought in all of the executives and said, we can't have that happen in Northern Virginia, where all those people are on top of each other. What can we do to enhance safety in Virginia? And I'm not talking about regulation. So we all came together. It took us 2 years to rewrite the operator qualification in Virginia and truly come up with a qualification process that was solid and reliable. So those are a couple of areas where, again, the states can do a lot about this based on their data. And it has to be data that drives, like Alan said, policies and regulations. And at least in Virginia, when I was there, that was one of the areas that we had to focus on.
Okay. Gary talked this morning about the difference between prescriptive and performance-based, and used the traffic example. And so I'm going to move a bit to enforcement. And thinking about the traffic example, I think it's good to think about speed limits versus drive safely as regulations, and what that would mean if there were no traffic cops or if there were no tickets being issued. So after a recent pipeline safety hearing, I testified before House Energy and Commerce Committee. One of the members asked in a follow-up question for the record to take a closer look at the enforcement data. So we basically looked at the enforcement data from 2002 through January 20th, 2025, and then compared that to January 20th, 2025 through, at the time it was through September 2025. And we found that enforcement had dropped dramatically. I think it had already been reported at that time that cases initiated were down 50%. But what we found in that extra analysis was that civil penalties, looking at the average amount of civil penalties assessed, were down 98%. Now, there's been a larger enforcement case in October since then, but the numbers are still dramatic, a drop like that. So I guess, yeah, what do you make of this shift? And kind of the similar question, you know, there's a lot of public concern about that, and is that public concern justified?
Just to give you a couple of thoughts on that. I mean, I'm not there right now. I haven't been there in some months. But as far as I know, the mandate has not changed that to not enforce. You know, like I said, the agency's hiring. There is a focus on making sure that inspectors are out there. So I don't think operators are seeing inspectors any less. In fact, they're probably seeing inspectors more because of the focus to be out there. You know, there could be a lot of times inspections occur over the summer, and then the casework might catch up later in the year. I'm not sure. That could factor into this. But I know that there is no mandate, though, to reduce effective enforcement. That's, you know, part of the mission of the agency is to oversee the industry, and to do that, we have to be out there and inspect. I will say that there is, and I've noticed this in the final orders I've signed over the years, you know, it's the final step in the adjudication process for when an operator violates the pipeline safety code, and then we bring an enforcement case. But there are numerous ones that are based on prescriptive requirements, you know, missed timing on reporting an incident, say by an hour or two, or miss some other procedural, which is probably the one that is the most common enforcement issue, procedural variations that the operator didn't necessarily follow. Now, those are important, I will add. But we also need, you know, why do pipelines have these low probability, high consequence events? Typically, it's an issue related to integrity management. And like Gary was saying, you know, on the performance side of the code, integrity management, that's the toughest area to inspect. It takes longer to develop a case in that. So as the agency probably tries to focus more in that area, I would say, you know, that would cause some delays. But anyway, those are just some thoughts on what might be going on there.
Yeah, I would say again, Bill, I appreciate the fact that you did a comparison for those periods. I think we've got to be careful about how we look at the data and not just look at one piece of the data. A lot of stuff is going on. What types of inspections? What did they do? One of the things that I know frustrated Alan and myself was that we would look at particular orders, and it was about pipeline markers. It was missing a number, or it was not exactly the right thing. And we would say to our folks that we need to focus on the bigger picture, particularly when we have these very high consequence accidents. And let's remember that inspection, violations, and enforcement is sort of the last resort. There are a lot of other tools in the toolbox, if you will, to work with the industry to do the right thing. We never want to be we don't have the resources. I say we, both at the state and the federal government, we don't have the resources to look at everything that is going on with 3.3 million miles of pipelines. Okay, there's no way that the government can look at everything. So we have to really, truly rely upon the operators who I believe want to do the right thing. No one gets into this business to say, I'm going to have a pipeline and blow up people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. Or nobody's going to, for example, say, yeah, you want gas service, I'll give it to you, but read the fine print down here, we may also blow you up. Nobody wants to do that. So what happens, and we may get into this, what happens is that we become complacent. It is a cultural issue where bad things happen. The Swiss cheese model that I think all of you know, bad things line up and something really bad happens, and then everybody runs to the government and say, including Congress, including NTSB, more regulations. You need to have more regulations. Since 1970, we made a whole book of regulations, but we still have infrequent but high consequence accidents. There's got to be a different way, and I think safety management system is one of those to really get us to where we need to be in terms of zero accidents.
Since you brought up safety management systems, I do have a pin right here that I believe originated with you, Massoud, and it came to me via Rob Hall. So PHMSA's encouraged voluntary pipeline safety management system done. Because before we get to that, we have a lot of members of the public here. Could you give a brief description of what pipeline safety management systems are?
Pipeline safety management systems, it involves a systems approach to safety and a cycle of plan, do, check, act, or adjust. It's a process of continuous improvement. Very necessary to it, and Massoud's alluded to this and has been an incredible champion on this. Underpinning that safety management system is safety culture. It doesn't work with a strong culture of safety in a company. But that's basically what it is, to continually look at what you're doing and adjusting to what you're doing to the environment around you. And PHMSA has promoted that voluntarily since the standard came out. It was actually a recommendation from the NTSB and we continue, or the agency continues to be in a posture of supporting the voluntary adoption. You know, the whole thing here is it's not a thing. SMS is not a thing, it's a way of life. And that's how you have to think of it. And so it's a journey, it's a marathon, and you just have to continually get better. They recently had an update to the standard that was probably my final PHMSA action that I did. I voted on the ballot for it, and some adjustments were made to the standard, which I think were necessary to address small operators. But we're still in a wait and see. We're one bad accident, I still believe that, away from it being mandated or being required to be put in the federal code, but that's, sorry, I went beyond the actual primer on what it is. But,
No, that's great.
Yeah.
And yeah, you teed up the question a little bit. You know, when you look at the adoption of pipeline safety management systems, you know, if you look at it certain ways, we're making a lot of success. I know there was a recent report on distribution systems that 80% of distribution mileage is run by operators who have committed to SMS, but only 50% of the operators have made that commitment. And I think when you look at the level of maturity of those systems, you know, it's not so rosy of a picture. And so I'm from the public's perspective, there's been a long time of this voluntary encouragement of pipeline safety management systems, and we would have hoped we would be a lot further along in the maturity of those systems that are adopted. So what would you have done differently, or what would you do now to really encourage that widespread adoption of mature pipeline safety management systems?
You know, earlier somebody asked how many new people are here, and in case they don't know, pipeline safety management system with this industry started when NTSB recommended to API that they needed to come up with a safety management system for the pipeline industry. And that was because of San Bruno and Marshall, Michigan accidents. I happened to serve on the very first API committee that drafted and went through the process of finalizing the standard with Mark Harrett and others that are here. And it was a tough discussion. It was a 2-year discussion. But everyone felt that this is the next step for pipeline safety. To your question, if we, and Alan's right, if another major accident happens, like the one that we had in Massachusetts back in 2018, a lot of you remember that, a lot of homes were destroyed, one person was killed. Right after that, we got calls and letters from congressional folks that said, you say SMS is so great, then make it a regulation. We believe that making it a regulation will become another check-the-box exercise, that the companies really are doing and need to be doing this. I'll give you an example. The RP hadn't even been finalized, but it was marked toward the end. And I went to my Virginia operators and said, look, why are we waiting for this to actually be finalized? Let's do it. It makes sense to do it. And one of the companies championed and said, we are going to begin to implement this. And I said, the very first step is to go do a gap analysis. And you bring it to me, we'll sit down and walk through each gap that you have found. And if there are violations of the code, I promise you, I will not take action. A month later, that particular operator brought 700 gaps that they had found. Things that they weren't looking for, but because they started looking, they found them. And some of those gaps, they were scratching their head, how could this happen? So as a state regulator, I sat with them, we came up with the risk-based action to correct those gaps. We didn't push them to say, well, you got to fix everything in 6 months. But there were some things that needed to be fixed in a week, some things that need to be fixed in a month, and so on and so forth. So back to your question, I think there are a lot of ways that regulators can work with the operators to encourage them, to help them to get really an effective SMS program implemented.
Yeah, agreed. And I think in a perfect world, we would have voluntary adoption because I think that clearly would work the best. You know, you have buy-in, but, and this isn't a question that we need to answer today. I'm just gonna ask though, at what point do we make some of this a requirement because there's been enough time and we haven't seen widespread adoption yet? Again, I don't expect an actual, there is no answer to that, but at some point, if we don't really see widespread adoption, I think, you know, other industries have shown that it can be regulated effectively. Another topic, a big priority of the Pipeline Safety Trust over the years has been the, you know, seeing the removal of certain statutory handcuffs that Congress has placed on PHMSA that has impeded rulemakings. I think a lot of frustration at PHMSA has been misplaced and really should be directed at Congress for those statutory handcuffs. One of those is the extra cost-benefit requirement. PHMSA is one of, or if not the only agency with the statutory requirement beyond the executive order on cost-benefit requirement. And then there's also the non-application clause that prohibits PHMSA from adopting design, construction, initial testing standards to apply to existing pipe. So my question is, over your career, how have those limitations affected rulemakings you've overseen?
Well, as Bill said, the cost-benefit analysis is just a way of doing business when at PHMSA for writing a regulation. The benefit of the change in the code needs to offset the cost. And it's a well-defined procedure. It's just something we've lived with for a number of years. Where it impacts is really how far you go with the regulation. For instance, what people commonly refer to as the mega rule, the gas transmission rule, or what used to be one big rule, was divided into three. The gathering line part of it, you know, really the cost benefit probably drove limitations on what could be done with gathering lines. to where, you know, a large percentage, a good bit of that is reporting only requirements, just because we couldn't pass the cost benefit hurdle to really pull more of those in. But working with what we had to work with, which I think was still effective, was we had a reporting requirement. So it's allowing the agency to collect information and be better informed down the road on when decisions are made on how much further to go with that. So, next.
So yes, it is a statutory requirement. Earlier, it was mentioned that rulemaking is a very long and arduous process. Some rules have taken 10 or more years. And that's by the nature of trying to give everyone a voice, if you will, to make sure that whatever rule is ultimately published is hopefully has the buy-in by the industry and by the public and by the regulators. Now, adding cost-benefit analysis to that creates another layer of complications, because often parties don't agree about how you've calculated that. And if you look at some of the rulemaking records, you see, you know, the various parties arguing different things. So all of that just drags out the rulemaking process. And what PHMSA is doing in this case is try to come up with, remember, minimum regulations. And again, I suggest that we should not be happy with minimum regulations. That's the floor. We should be aiming for the ceiling. And the only way to get there, I'm preaching on this, is to work together with the industry to get there, and not so much about regulations, violations, penalties, check the box approach.
What would you say keeps you up at night on pipeline safety?
Well, I'm sleeping better these days. But, yeah, I don't know. I think we are still working through issues related to renewable energy, hydrogen blending, that sort of things, the unknowns related to that. The CO2 puzzle, just where we're headed with that. Gaseous CO2, where there's, you know, we basically now have a void. It's kind of an open area, not regulated currently. There's a mandate to regulate it, but that's an area where I think that's improvements needed. Gary earlier referred to, and I've mentioned this before, and I know a number of you have, you know, the LNG code is greatly in need of updating. Probably, you could argue that in the greatest need of any of our codes between 192 and 195. 193 is 40 years old plus. It was designed for peak shaving plants. We need to make it more relevant, because basically it's being regulated by guidance right now, and we need to move to a better regime. We need to update the incorporation by reference to the modern NFPA standard of 59A. But those are just a smattering of things that I think about that we need to improve greatly.
Yeah, what keeps me awake, and I'm not sleeping any better, is a little simpler than that. One of the leading causes of pipeline failures is excavation damage to pipelines. And it doesn't mean that it's all contractors' fault. Sometimes the whole process needs to be looked at. By the way, Alan, can you raise your foot? Look at these socks.
811.
Did you know your socks were going to be visible today?
And
I knew there was a risk.
What I have to point out, that he didn't give me a pair. So, but having said that, when I was in Virginia, we had a major accident in a subdivision that was excavation related, and it killed the mother, and thank God the kids were ejected from the house, and they were fine, and the father was pretty injured. Then we had another accident in Virginia. This is in the early 90s, where about 400,000 gallons of fuel oil was dumped into the Potomac River when a contractor basically hit a pipeline under a hospital's parking lot. All of that caused us to rewrite the law in Virginia, damage prevention law, and put a system together that became actually the model for other states. Even today, we have a number of states that don't have either a good process, a good law, or I know my friend here, Matt Smith, is trying to do great things in his state with this regard. I know a lot of the operators are frustrated because they're doing everything they can and their pipelines still get hit. To me, solving that puzzle is a lot easier than solving some type of integrity management, internal corrosion, something that you have to be able to run the pig, you have to find it, you have to analyze it, you have to all those kinds of things. So we were working with the states to try to help them in any way we could to improve their processes. And the draft reauthorization legislation that we saw includes some really good provisions, which I think the industry is behind. So what we need to do, seriously, is to do everything we can to reduce those types of risk to the pipelines. And it's not when they actually hit it and you have gas release, because most people know what to do then. It is when you nick a pipeline and it goes unnoticed, like the one, again, under the hospital's parking lot, the contractor hit it 4 years earlier and nicked the oil pipeline, and it ruptured and caused a lot of $17 million back in those days of environmental damage. So that's what I'm thinking about. How can I what can I do to help improve damage prevention in this country?
Yeah, it was great to see that provision on improving the state programs and reauthorization. On the flip side of that, what gives you hope? I think we could all use a little bit of that right now. What gives you hope in pipeline safety?
You know, here's where I vary from Gary's perspective a bit. I do have hope, and you must have hope too. I firmly believe pipeline safety in the United States is a bipartisan issue, typically. There's a firm statutory framework for pipeline safety in the United States. There's a well-established process for improving regulations in the U.S., and it's just a necessary part of the government. The way we're organized is everyone gets a bite at the apple. So you can rely on that process to end with good policies. So that's really what gives me hope, is we have a firm foundation to build for the future, and I believe in that.
What gives me hope, again, Gary talked about all the ways that this country is trying to find more energy and transport energy and even help our friends across the pond, is that the industry is poised with hopefully a good culture and the technology to run the current system in a safe manner and build the new systems in a safe manner. And Sean Lyon with Marathon, who used to attend this, used to always say that, you know, we have to raise all boats together. And associations like AGA and API, INGA, they are doing that. They're working with their members to help even the small operators to do the right thing. And Bill, if I may, you talked about SMS and the fact that the report that we submitted to Congress, 80% of the pipelines are under some type of SMS, but only 50% of the operators. And clearly that indicates that smaller operators, like municipal operators, are the ones that are challenged with SMS. And again, APGA and others are helping those to realize that, I had 3 municipals in Virginia, and they were scared. What is this SMS thing? And we helped them, and they began implementing that. So that's what gives me hope, that the industry is in the business of staying in the business, and they're going to hopefully do the right thing.
Okay, my last pair of questions before we go to audience questions. At this point in your career, so your career so far, you still have got work ahead of you. What is your proudest achievement, and what's your biggest regret?
You know, I would really not point to one single achievement. There was just so much that went on during my time at PHMSA, which I'm grateful for my career. I just found my job fascinating, and I left, things were still going full steam ahead. I'm really proud of a number of things that we accomplished really together. I think back to, say, underground gas storage and the unfortunate accident at Aliso Canyon. PHMSA had no regulations for underground storage. Very quickly, we issued an interim final rule in 2016, shortly after that accident happened. We got out in that space, and I think what made that work well was just, hopefully we had more of a collaborative approach. There was a lot of back and forth. Even though, we learned from a lesson on how we issued the interim final rule, and we corrected that later, I think that was a very collaborative approach that worked out to get in that space quickly and to be effective. And I think that's kind of a theme of working with all stakeholders, the industry, the public, to really find that common ground to work together. The other, and it's really beyond regulation, which a big part of our program is promoting, beyond the federal minimum standard. But the work that was done when a committee was set up for public engagement and coming out with a standard for public engagement involved a very, very diverse group and ended up with an incredibly good standard. It's not incorporated by reference right now, but I know that many operators are embodying the principles of that, which is also underpinned a good bit by SMS. I'm really proud of the work on that. I was on the committee. Certainly, Sean Lyon, who was co-chair with Carl Weimer, really, herded the cats, but I think that work was very valuable and meaningful for me. And I learned a lot about stakeholders, and I'm very grateful for that experience and very proud of that. So.
I guess from my state career, my proudest achievement was that we reduced excavation damage to pipelines by 75% over the 20 years since the accidents I mentioned. Also, the fact that on a volunteer basis, all the operators in Virginia began implementation of SMS. At the PHMSA level, Alan mentioned this yesterday in another room, Congress gave us $1 billion and said basically you have to give it out in 5 years to help the municipally owned pipeline operators to basically repair, replace, remediate old pipelines. Some of these municipalities like City of Richmond, where I live close, at one point they had 700 miles of cast iron that went back to the 1910s and 20s. When I left, we had reduced it to 150 miles, and they were actually the recipient of a good amount of money. So my proudest moment was, and again with Alan, to give 4 years worth of that money out. We established a team really quickly where the money was going out, but they were also monitoring the actual construction that was happening to make sure that everything happened the right way. And I think the rest of the money went out this year.
How about regrets?
Well, I have one bonus item, by the way. The state funding is one other area I meant to mention was we increased state funding by $20 million. Incredibly important partners for the feds to oversee pipeline safety in the U.S. Not so much regrets, but there's still work to be done. Massoud mentioned excavation damage prevention. We just never, there's a lot of incredible work, and CGA as the clearinghouse has the best practices and the next practices. There's just a lot of good momentum within the people who agree with that, but we somehow need to crack that nut because it remains a leading cause of harm to people and property damage. And that's something I just wished I could have done more in that area. There's still more work to be done by my successor. So that's the big one.
I guess if I have any regret, it is that we're not making progress in certain areas as fast as we should. And again, particularly at the federal level, government is a very complex machine and doesn't move as fast as at the state level. So I encourage my state partners to do what they need to do to make sure that the pipelines that run through their alleys and streets and whatever is safe. We'll continue at this. Alan is at it. I haven't given up. We'll just keep doing this.
Okay. We will now open it up to audience questions. We have some mic runners. Yeah.
Yeah, we had one question come in through the conference app, Wahova, for the previous session, but I think it's appropriate for this session as well. The question was, can the regulations, the federal regulations, keep up with evolving technology or improved technology?
It's a good question. That's actually a thing, regulatory lag, that is. And certainly that's why it's so important to evolve the regulation. And that's, to me, what, when we say deregulation, or it's really improving the regulation to address new technology. So
we got a question from Beth over here. You guys can't see her.
Sorry, I'm hiding. I can't see you either. As a member of the public, I am quite desperate for formal measures of accountability for industry. And if I'm understanding correctly, the idea that we would not formalize SMS means that there are not measures of formal accountability. Can you speak to that some, and what that means for public that wants that to be the case?
Can you repeat that question a little bit?
Yeah, so the conversation centered not making SMS a formal regulation or rule. That means that we are leaving accountability off the table. How do you respond to that for the public?
Well, accountability is there, subject to our authority, or PHMSA's authority with the inspection staff, is to hold operators accountable for operating their system safely. Included in that is complying with the regulation. SMS really was developed because we needed to improve the framework that that operators work within. And as Massoud said, it's voluntary, because if it's in the code, it's a federal minimum standard. And SMS is a way of life. It's not a thing. It's not a policy you put on the shelf. We talk about that a lot. And so our focus has been to, as a regulator, to encourage the adoption of SMS, to really see what it can be. Now, I mentioned that the standard for SMS was recently updated, and it accounts better for smaller operators. And the study that Massoud alluded to that we conducted showed that there were issues with smaller operators adopting SMS. Let's see how that goes. But that said, I'm sure if we have another accident, Congress has interest in it, it would become mandated.
Yeah, just naming that it's really hard to hear that we have to wait for another accident in order for progress to be made.
Well, let me add to that. The reauthorization that required PHMSA to actually submit a report to Congress and report on the SMS implementation progress. The same legislation also said that the Secretary and the states shall monitor and assess operators' safety management system programs. We have monitored, but we haven't got to the assessment piece. So there is some accountability within the Pipeline Safety Act.
Mike here.
Hi. You mentioned that this is good, right? You mentioned that there's a lot of good people left at PHMSA, but how many people are left? Do you have any idea how many, by percentage or number, have left or stayed?
I think Alan should have that number in his pocket.
No, PHMSA, Massoud, you agreed to handle the tough questions.
Okay.
No, they've run over around 370. I'm not sure the exact number. Like I said, I've been gone for some time, but that's around the funded number. I'm not sure what it is right now. Perhaps it went down a bit.
Do you have any idea, like 100 or 200 who have left?
I can't, I don't know. But like I said, PHMSA continues to recruit. I mean, I guess the voluntary separation, or not the voluntary separation, deferred resignation program didn't apply to inspection enforcement staff, boots on the ground.
It's hard to see up here, so if you have a mic, if you can just start asking.
Yeah, sorry, I'm also hiding in the corner over here. But it seems like some common themes are our regulations are out of date and there's a need to move quickly and adapt regulations to either new industry or just severely outdated code. I'm curious if you worry how the pullback of Chevron deference will inhibit PHMSA from moving quickly, passing new rules, writing new rules quickly, and in particular if moving more of that ultimate say to the courts will give an outsized level of input to operators and industry over public stakeholders that don't have the time or the money to be involved in rulemaking that is more happening in the judiciary.
Is that a question related to, well, addressing the regulations out of date? That we have a firm foundation in Part 192 for gas and Part 195 for the liquid code. There's a continuum, like Gary referred to. I refer to, starts with prescription, you shall do this at this time today, to performance-based that gives boundaries that operators work within. That's a very necessary part of the code. Typically, when we're talking about updating the code, it's to be more relevant to technology. And because the code, and I gave an example, an obscure example, using an issue related to a type of defect you find on a pipeline. Built into the code originally, it provided very robust boundaries on that. But as technology's evolved, it allows you to change that code to modify how you would act on a defect like that. And so when we update the code, it's just working the fringes of the code that was established originally in 1970. And we're working in that continuum of prescription to performance-based that dials in prescription when we know more and dials in performance when we need the operator to have the flexibility to address the threat. Because in Washington, D.C., I can tell you, the experts don't know every exact threat that the operator well knows, that there needs to be boundaries to work within, requiring the operator to know their system and to respond to those threats and invoke mitigative measures. And that's just a necessary part of the code, and we need to provide that flexibility for, as technology evolves, that they still can work within that boundary and then just add prescription where it's needed.
Do you see Chevron deference affecting the way PHMSA promulgates rules?
I'm sorry, it's what?
Do you see the removal of Chevron deference as impacting the way PHMSA promulgates rules?
Well, yes, that's had impact on how, as far as the deference it gave to federal agencies to interpret the statute, certainly does. And it involves, potential, probably affects, any really litigation.
So with respect to the regulations, you've emphasized several times that they are minimum standards. I'd like you to offer your thoughts on the conflict that exists within the state regulation between the utility commissioners that regulate the price and the pipeline safety organizations that regulate the safety.
At least in Virginia, there was no conflict. In fact, when I worked with the industry, a particular company, and said, you need to do these things, or you have agreed to do these things, they would say, well, that requires more revenue. And I would say, well, you come to the commission for your next rate case, and I will have myself or my staff testify to support increasing the revenue by the amount you need to advance safety. I am not aware, again, Matt Smith is here, he can talk about his state. I'm not aware of any conflict within any commission where the rate making and the safety responsibilities don't work together. Some of my state friends, they may not engage as much as I did in terms of safety and rate making. Again, you know, Matt's going to be up here on stage in a room someplace. We'll ask him that question.
Rob, you bring up a point that was in the unfinished business category at PHMSA when I was there. And I was concerned over certain states that were really restricting the ability of operators to use various methods to replace infrastructure, to upgrade infrastructure, to reduce leaks and to reduce risky assets like cast iron. It's concerning. It's one that was talked about before I left about levers we could use to ensure that the right decisions are being made, because honestly, anything other than safety does not make for better lives. I can tell you that. To require an operator to consider non-pipe options, while we all agree we aspire for energy that we don't have. The energy we have and the energy that's driving the economy is natural gas, and it's a bridge fuel for the future. And as we artificially restrict that, and then restrict investment in the conduit that carries that product, it's not good for safety. There's the struggle. It's not in every state. I really applaud, say, the state of Georgia that allowed AGL to replace or retire all cast iron inventory. Memphis Gas, Light and Water, they're an APGA member company in Memphis. They have retired their cast iron. But other states are still struggling a bit, and there's a conversation around, just how to invest in what some consider a stranded asset. But I can tell you that asset's going to be around for the foreseeable. It'll be around beyond our lifetime. So that's an area that there's a lot of conversations going on about that now. But thank you for the question.
Okay. Given recent actions on CO2 regulations, how does PHMSA move forward with CO2 regulations?
How does PHMSA what?
Okay.
Well, very clearly, there's a mandate so at some point there will be a final rule for updating the current code, in particular to include gaseous CO2, which was one of the older mandates from the 2016 Act.
Yeah, I believe it's the 2011 Act.
2011,
yeah. So, and I have not seen it on the regulatory agenda, so it does not appear to be a rule that PHMSA is working on, unfortunately.
I don't have it here today, but if you want to keep up with rulemaking at PHMSA or the federal government, reginfo.gov is one, and there's also a Pipes Act web tracker. I don't have the link again today, but it's readily, if you Google that, you can see where the agency stands on accomplishing mandates that are in the Pipes Act.
Question over here.
Hello, y'all. My name's Melanie Oldham, and I'm from Freeport, Texas. We're a small town. We're surrounded by industry, Dow, BASF, Port Freeport, and I and my community live 3 miles from Freeport LNG. And as you may know, in 2022, Freeport LNG had a vapor cloud explosion, fire, and a lot of us witnessed it, heard it, and I can still see what happened. But the thing is, the company, Freeport LNG, has never ever had a public meeting to explain what improvements they've made out there. As you know, they had a 19-inch pipe explode, which was a matter of a few feet from an LNG tank. I have learned more. I'm a director of Better Missouri Clean Air and Water. I have learned more about LNG and safety than I thought I'd ever know. But anyway, even though Freeport LNG didn't have a public meeting, about 6 months afterwards, FERC and PHMSA. They came all the way down to Freeport, Texas, and they had a PowerPoint presentation, and they told us what they knew from the investigation. And two people with PHMSA, Tristan Brown, who was the interim administrator at the time in DC, Brian Lethco, who was the director of PHMSA in Houston, came down and spoke to us, and we met with them by Zoom several times. But what was so frightening, they were really open and honest that they wish they could have done more. But again, the shortage of funding, Tristan Brown said he had gone to Congress and that, they don't have enough inspectors, engineers, lawyers, and that he had told us the lawyers were working around the clock. They only had 3, I believe, working on the 2 new regulations on pipeline leaks and trying to update the 42-year-old LNG and LNG pipeline regulations. Of course, they were ready to put them out to us, the public, and everybody to make comments. But because I said, well, why does it take so long? And he said, well, we have to make sure it's a good regulation, dot every I, cross every T, or industry and others will just tear it apart and it'll never happen. That didn't make me as a community member feel that good. But anyway, with the new administration that's on hold now, and what I've heard today, there's some frightening things. Deregulation to us communities that live near these pipelines is a scary word. And so you mentioned that Congress gave $1 billion to PHMSA for a 5-year period. Do you think that's enough to help hire enough investigators, pay them well enough they'll stay, and engineers and lawyers to make a difference I know it can take 9 years to get these regulations out or more. Do you think that's enough funding?
Let me make sure that I stated it correctly. The $1 billion was not for PHMSA to staff up. It was to actually give out $200 million a year to the municipal operators, the small gas companies around the country that have old pipes, leaking pipes, to replace the pipes. Alan can comment on how our budget is set, how many people Congress actually authorizes us to hire in what areas.
Yeah, the agency has, doubled in size since 2015. So a lot of resources have been added to the, our staff that's out there every day. But that number, it's always a matter of how much insurance do you want to buy, and it's carefully controlled by Congress that authorizes us and funds us. But we've grown. I'm sure the agency will continue to enhance their coverage of pipeline safety across the U.S. as Congress, as our authorizers, learns more. I would say specifically, since you were at that public meeting, you're aware of our program, our community liaison program. They're in business really to work with the public, and obviously we have requirements for public awareness with operators, including LNG plant operators, that feel free to reach out to the community liaison that works in our Houston or their Houston office, and to follow up on any concerns over the lack of engagement with the operator.
Okay, and with that, before we officially wrap up, a couple notes here. We're going to take a break, and then at 11:05, we're going to come back. If you're in groups A or B, you're going to go to LaSalle B. If you're in group C, you're going to go to Frenchman 1, which is downstairs. And if you're in group D, you're going to go to Frenchman 2, which is downstairs. Again, that'll be at 11:05. If you have any questions, ask a PST staff member. I want to offer, before you guys leave, please, a genuine thank you to Alan and Massoud. PHMSA isn't here, but they are. They came in the absence of PHMSA to answer to the public and all of the attendees, and I can't thank you enough. And not only thank you for that, but I want to thank you for your careers in public service. It means a lot to us, dedicating your lives to us.
All right, we'll give it one more minute. Are we good on the webcast? We started? Okay. We'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alan Mayberry, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs at Jana Corporation and formerly Associate Administrator for Pipeline Safety at PHMSA. Welcome to the session this afternoon called The Role of GPAC and LPAC in Pipeline Safety, and Do They Deliver to the Public? We'll have introductions here in a minute, but I'd like to get a head count here on who is here for the first time from the public or from anywhere. Okay, awesome. So you're going to learn a bit in here, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to cover with you. So we're going to try to, we'll lead in easily, and then you're going to hear some dialogue up here that is going to be on some issues that have been going on for some time, but hopefully that lead-in will help you and help you understand this very important committees, these very important committees that are used by PHMSA's Office of Pipeline Safety to help drive policy making. So really, you're going to hear what it is, why it's important, and something that you may not be, and it's very important, words matter, but the consensus nature of the committee. And talk a little bit more about that in a second. We're going to provide, hopefully you'll see, and you will see definitely, public insight into the unique decision-making process at PHMSA. You'll get insight on how advisory committees, and specifically these two, operate and how to engage in the process, how you can engage in the process. And then provide the public insight about differing perspectives and about the effectiveness of these committees to reach what we call consensus. And on that note, on consensus, if you look it up in the dictionary, it means general agreement. It doesn't necessarily mean being unanimous. Fortunately, many times when you have a body, a diverse body, and you work together closely, there are many times you do reach unanimity, but it's not always the case, and certainly we drive toward consensus, and therefore it's important to play team ball. These are teams really that need to work well together. But basically what they are, there are two committees, like I said, GPAC and LPAC, or Gas Pipeline Advisory Committee and Liquid Pipeline Advisory Committee, and that's the informal name of them. If you look in the statute under PHMSA's authorization, the actual name of it in statute, it may be confusing. It's the Technical Pipeline Safety Advisory Committee. That's the Gas Committee. And the Liquid Committee in statute says the Technical Hazardous Liquid Pipeline Safety Standards Committee, THPLSSC. So we shortened it a few years ago and made it a lot easier to just say GPAC and LPAC. So that rolls off our, we're just used to dealing with that. And why is that important? Well, first off, okay, so it's a committee and it's made up of 15 members each. GPAC has 5 members of the public, 5 members of industry, and 5 members who are affiliated with a government agency, state or federal. Same with LPAC, the Liquid Advisory Committee, 5 each of those groups. And that gives you a representative sample of the different stakeholders that are out there. You have an even number for each one, each committee, or for each stakeholder group. And why are these committees important? Well, they advise the agency, specifically the Secretary of Transportation, the administrator, on the direction the agency should take in policymaking. And we'll get into that process here in a minute. And how they do that, like I said, they work on consensus. And they, you know, it's a big requirement to play team ball. And that, therefore, in standing up the committee and making appointments, it's important that we have, one, people that have the subject matter expertise and are able to work, you know, just able to work collaboratively. That's just so important when you are dealing with some of the issues in the sausage making of rulemaking. This group gets involved at the very end of the rulemaking process. It starts many times a few years before the committee has even stood up to review a rule. But for a standard rulemaking process, the agency issues what we call a notice of proposed rulemaking. And it's published in the Federal Register. Just for your information, the Federal Register, it's like the New York Times for the federal government. That's where you go, that's where the federal government, not just PHMSA, publishes everything for the public to see. You can sign up for notifications. It's very easy to do. And if you're interested, I would recommend you do that, and you can keep up with things that the agency issues. There are a couple of ways to do that in the various websites of the government, but Federal Register is you know, one such source of information. And again, it's a repository that's the newspaper that's used. There is a law, you know, like anything in Washington, there's a background. So advisory committees really evolved out of the post-war, World War II era of industrialization and rapid expansion of U.S. Industry. In particular, and similar in line with that, you know, having controls in place to advise the government and processes in place to advise the government from experts who can guide the various federal agencies on how to land on rulemakings. So there's an act, a very important act, that is really a guiding light for the group or groups, and it's the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA. And advisory committees, whether it's these two or others across the federal government, they're chartered under those rules. And the charter, each committee has a charter which covers the mission, goals, and objectives. And those charters are reviewed and updated every 2 years. And actually, that's a standard process in place to make sure that the committees are still relevant, and that so they're re-upped every year. I'm going to move on because we do have a bit to go over here, but I did want to give you a short primer up front. You know, what was my role as associate administrator? I was kind of the career head for Office of Pipeline Safety, but I'm also what was referred to as a designated federal official, and that's outlined in the FACA, or the statute. And I'm the one who stands up the committee, of course, in cooperation with the administration, but I'm the one who sets up meetings. I say I am, but it's with a huge, incredible staff at the PHMSA Office of Pipeline Safety. And again, like I was talking this morning, when I say I mean the role. Associate administrator is the designated federal official who really keeps organization over the advisory committees. The committees are, in the charter, they meet up to 4 times, about 4 times per year. Under the new charter that is in effect until October of next year, the meetings will be virtual, and that's the plan. The new charter, which was revised under the new administration, does mandate that the meetings are virtual. I say mandate, there are provisions for exceptions to that. And of course, there are opinions on how virtual works when you're dealing with the sausage making of working together on, you know, a recommendation to give to the agency. And we could talk about that probably a good bit there too. So anyway, without further ado, I did want to have the panelists introduce themselves. And we'll just go one by one. I would ask the panelists to introduce yourself, you know, what's your experience in working with the committees, and if you could add also, do you view the advisory committees as effective and successful? So Why don't we start with you, Dave?
All right. Thank you, Alan. Hi, my name is Dave Danner, and until January of 2025, I was the chair of the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission, which is the state agency in Washington state that regulates the safety of pipelines. It also regulates the rates and services of investor-owned natural gas utilities. And so that is the experience that I brought when I was appointed to the GPAC. I was first appointed by Secretary Fox back in the Obama administration, was reappointed in the first Trump administration, and then appointed again under the Biden administration. So I've been on the GPAC for quite a while. I view GPAC as an effective group. It is, in my opinion, an advisory group, not a decision-making group. But it really was, it was informative in terms of, working with people from diverse backgrounds and diverse interests to reach consensus, which for the most part we were successful in doing. So it was a very positive experience, and I am wishing that GPAC all the success going forward now that I'm retired. So.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Gossman. I'm a professor at the University of Arkansas School of Law. I also sit in the board of the Pipeline Safety Trust, and I had to go back and look. I started on GPAC at the very end of 2016, and my first meeting was in January 2017, and I was on it until August, and I think probably many of you know this, but the GPAC and LPAC as then constituted, the members were terminated and then asked to reapply if they were interested in continuing on. So that process, as far as I know, is still ongoing in terms of the decision making. I was a public member, and I found it an incredibly positive experience. When I talk with my students about regulation and the very difficult challenges that agencies face in regulating and how they interact with stakeholders, this, I think, is one of the most successful models I've seen. And I think it really has to do with the fact that you have a group of stakeholders around who are listening to each other and thinking about policy in a very deliberative way. And when that happens, I think you can make successful and effective policy.
Hi, I am Lori Anderson. I am here as a member of the public, and I am a Colorado field organizer with Moms Clean Air Force. We are a community of over 1.6 million moms, dads, and caregivers united against air pollution, including the urgent crisis of our changing climate to protect our children's health. I have a slightly different experience because I'm actually a member of the public who lives in an area that is impacted by large-scale oil and gas development, aging infrastructure, and aging gathering lines and new gathering lines and flow lines that were put in to bring this new product from the large-scale fracking to a distribution station. And I will share that my first experience with GPAC, I have limited experience. My first experience with GPAC was prior to this virtual new method, but I actually had to fly to Virginia just to simply provide oral public comments. And it was during a period of time, this is November 2023, where I don't care who goes first. We either need PHMSA to lead and take the lead on advanced leak detection and repair and ensuring we have the enforcement, or Colorado can lead, but Colorado was deferring to PHMSA. So I felt like I was stuck in this loop. So I actually made that trip out to Virginia to give those specific public comments. And on the effectiveness, I don't know the nuances, but if they are truly effective, then they will be hearing from the public. They will be hearing from communities who have lived experience, and we will not be seeing, I'll get into this in answer to another question, but we won't be seeing the incidents and accidents in our communities because we will have highly effective rules that protect public health and safety across the nation. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Wilson. I work for Phillips 66, so operator representative, also a mom. And so I was on LPAC beginning in 2024. I participated in the one meeting earlier this year, a joint GPAC and LPAC meeting on standards updates. So as far as like the LPAC GPAC meetings, a relatively more simple, more aligned one. Like you heard, all of our tenures have been, I don't know what the legal term is, but we're not on them anymore, and they're going through the process. So I have reapplied, and it's a great honor to me to be even considered for that position. So as terms of effectiveness, I come from a place working with the LPAC with very limited experience. I had a great experience through the standards update meeting. Sides were heard. Acknowledged, good conversation, but again, kind of limited because there was a lot of agreement along those lines. And I reapplied because I do firmly believe that we can make them effective, and we can have some good dialogue and get different perspectives.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. You know, my perspective on the committees is, you know, my experience is that it's one of the most rewarding parts of my job at PHMSA, and working with you know, the stakeholders to come to consensus on a standard. There's, you know, at the end of long sessions, it's just very rewarding to say, well, we got through that. We got through LDAR, we got through gas transmission 1, and you know that you're ready to move on to the next step. And speaking of that, the next topic I wanted to talk about relates to the process. And I really didn't tell you what the process is, other than I told you how we stand the committee up and some important attributes of members. But, you know, when we get this group together, what do we do? What do they do? Well, first off, there's a notice that we're going to have a meeting. And where do you think we put that notice? It's a trick question. Federal Register, very good. And we are required to do at least 15 days beforehand. Says, okay, we're going to have this meeting. We give the location, or it'd be virtual. We've done both in the past. We've done hybrid. Now, pretty much we're going to be virtual, but so that announcement is made. And then there's all the work that goes into prepping for that meeting with the PHMSA staff that's ready to brief the committee, these 15 members of each committee. Just a lot of work behind the scenes. There are meetings with the committee to prep them for that meeting, to brief them. So they come ready for the meeting or the week of meetings to be able to you know, talk about it. So we really try to help the committee just prime the conversation and get them ready by having those preparatory briefings. That's a very important part of that. So on meeting day, I typically call the meeting to order as a designated federal official, and I will go over housekeeping, the usual stuff like that, and then I turn it over to the chair of the meeting. And typically, you know, it typically varies who chairs the meeting. It seems like we lean on Mr. Danner probably for most of the last few rulemakings, which he's done a great job with chairing those meetings. But anyway, I appoint a chair, and I turn it over to the chair, and they run the meeting. And the sequence of events at the meeting is staff will present the rule, they'll describe the rule, talk about, you know, we issued this notice of proposed rulemaking. We had a 60-day comment period, and we'll summarize the comments. And then we turn it over to the committee to deliberate. I want to make an important point there. The process did change, and the next thing we're going to talk about, and I wanted to get the perspectives of the committee on, was a change we made in the process that had the proceedings where we just turn it over to the committee. Previously, we would, or the PHMSA staff would present a possible draft position where that the committee may consider adopting based on the comments. But there was some discussion with our attorneys and just looking at improving the process, improving the organic nature of the committee working together and coming up with their recommendation and not having any kind of influence, undue influence about a preconceived notion about the outcome by PHMSA. We left it really up to the committee to make the sausage on their own and really start with basically nothing. We provide the briefing and the comments. So with that backdrop, and I know some of you have experienced both, but did that improve or did it make the process better, or was it not as good? Now, I have a perspective on it, but I will save that to the very end. Dave, and just for background too, to help you, if you look at the rules like gas transmission, RIN 1, RIN 2, RIN 3, those are 3 sections that used to be one big rule. The valve rule were done under the prior process, and then LDAR and class location change was done under the new process. So just your perspectives on how one-way worked, where we provided the kind of the entry level to see the conversation worked versus, okay, here it is, go for it. Here's what we heard. So.
I guess I'll take that on since I was there for both parts. So I'm conflicted because as a lawyer, I certainly understand the need to have a separate deliberative body that itself thinks through the regulation and works to consensus. I think as a public member and as somebody who really believes that the agency adds a tremendous value in terms of why it created the proposed rule it did and how you might structure language that would help the agency then to create, a better rule. Hopefully, that's the sort of hope that we are, that this is what the advisory committee does. So in that way, I felt the lack of the agency participating in the same sort of robust way, and again, I understand it from a law point of view, and I never want to contradict lawyers for agencies. They have a very important role. But as a member, it just made it a little bit more difficult.
Thank you.
I would agree with that. I think that the advisory committees are really part of the administrative law process, or the Administrative Procedures Act that agencies have to follow when they're doing rulemaking. So they do seek public comment, and it's very helpful for us to hear a summary of those public comments, which is something that staff provides. And I think that staff is very objective, and I think they've shown themselves to be very credible. And so sometimes they will point to a comment and note that, well, what is being proposed is contrary to the law, and here's why. And that's the kind of stuff that actually speeds our deliberations, because they say, well, let's look for something else there. I think that without that, it just adds time to the deliberations. It does not quicken them in any way. I think it's much more efficient, and I think that the PHMSA staff, again, I think they're incredibly knowledgeable and incredibly competent, and it's very useful for us to hear what they have to say. That doesn't mean that we accept everything that they say. In fact, I would say that no, we tinkered with everything they gave us. So I would like to keep that process intact if the lawyers agree to it.
Lori, I have a question for you in a minute, but Stephanie, you want to swing at that one, or?
I did do some prep work for this and talked to some colleagues who have been longer standing members of LPAC. So I feel like I can speak on behalf of them as well regarding this question. And I think as an industry, and I nowhere near the legal realm, so fully respect, we have to make it work on that front as well. But from an industry, PHMSA coming in with both the summary of the comments that were made and where their head is or where their thinking is, Based on the comments they received, the notice of proposed rulemaking process would be kind of a much more productive and more efficient use of time. And at the end of the day, PHMSA doesn't have to take the recommendations from the GPAC or LPAC. And so just as a kind of a starting point, let's kind of see where they're at, and we can build and kind of tweak with where they're at, and you know, potentially throw them a new idea curveball every once in a while.
Okay. Thank you. You know, just to, I've really got to do a better job of explaining the process, but, you know, so the committee deliberates, and I told you two different processes, the newer one and the old one that was just discussed, but, you know, what happens at the end of that process? And after a discussion is made on a particular code, a vote typically takes place, and there's voting language that is written by the committee, and then a vote is taken. And the wording on every vote, and really the charge of the committee, is that they're preparing a report and based on the technical feasibility, reasonableness, cost effectiveness, and practicality of a proposed rule. Every vote has that language in it. So, and that recommendation of that vote is part of the record. The report, as it's called in the charter, consists of the transcript of the meeting, the slides that are presented to the committee, and then the vote taken. Each voting provision is very important makes up part of the committee report. As far as my perspective on the process change, you know, I was obviously intimately involved in all the committees up until last year. I will say that, you know, the new process where we really had the committee start from really ground zero, I mean, hearing the comments from a rule and hearing a briefing on the rule, that I thought it had some really good discussion in it, some really good, you know, dialogue. And I think people, my perspective was that people felt like they had a part in the process. Not that that didn't happen before. However, I think while that's a good aspect of it, I do think it was less efficient, as I know you've heard already, and that you know, it led to longer meetings. For LPAC alone, the leak detection and repair rule took 2 weeks, well, almost 2 weeks, because part of 1 week we looked at class location. But it does take a lot longer. It's a bit less efficient. And I don't know if there's maybe some in-between ground of where we're just very careful as the staff presents a possible starting point for the committee to make sure that the language is right, that this is only guidance. It's not really anything that the agency buys into, because you know, one concern, at least from our attorneys, was that we, as an agency, have already bought into this position that's being displayed on the screen, and we don't want that, and that was never the intent. And then just concerns over how maybe some of the discussions in the meetings went, as far as how the agency was making commitments that maybe they shouldn't have made or they can't make in a meeting like that, because the outcome of the meeting is advisory in nature. It's given to the administrator to develop a final rule, and it's not mandatory that the administrator takes that advice. It is important, though, that if the final rule varies from that advice given, that it's explained in the rule. That's a key aspect of the process. Next, you know, related to public participation, I have a quick question for you, Lori. You know, you participated in the meetings as a member of the public. I know you traveled all the way out from Colorado to one of our meetings, and you know, from your vantage point in working through that process of getting there and being there, how effective do you think the process was, you know, PHMSA had in facilitating a meaningful public engagement in the meeting? And what could the agency do to make participation a little bit more accessible or impactful?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate this question. And this is also going back in time again, and that trip out to Virginia. And this is back to that period of time where we are still trying to advance some of the public safety in Colorado, but I'll have to say that I wasn't the only one that went to Virginia and took the time to go there. Patricia Garcia Nelson is in the audience here, and there's another individual from Alaska, and we really just wanted to come in to talk about the advanced leak detection. And what made this so difficult was that you have to wait for that specific rule to come up. And when you're making, making plane tickets and hotel arrangements and trying to arrange child care for your children and trying to land on the exact right amount of time, we realized that just being there for 2 days, it didn't actually afford us that opportunity. We were watching the rules carefully, came in on the day when the tentative schedule would have been on the agenda, and then it became really awkward, because we had been there for a day and a half, and realizing there is no way, understanding that the technical nature of the rules doesn't allow for there to be a certain schedule. But we ended up in this moment, and I gotta say I'm very appreciative to those on the GPAC and PHMSA who worked with us, but we stood up there one by one making public comments at a time that wasn't actually on that specific rule. So I'm thinking we need to find a better way to provide that opportunity for public engagement. And with the virtual option, that will help, but then you also lose that in-person part. And I want to just quickly focus here on some of the reasons this is so important to us and why these voices are so important. I live, as I said, in Colorado, heavily impacted by oil and gas. There was the Firestone explosion in 2017 that killed a couple of people and severely injured the mom, and that was related to a flow line. The Niagarans and their rural gathering line, which completely took their property from them. Their whole entire house was demolished. They never were able to return to their farm. There was the recent 2025 underground pipeline gas line spill in La Plata County, and then also there's so many undetected pipeline issues, which we found in Broomfield, where I am from, where our air quality monitoring, which was set up to protect our communities from the large-scale oil and gas development, we actually used that to triangulate and find a pipeline leak in Broomfield, which fortunately was repaired before that became also an incident. So these voices are so incredible to be heard from. And one other quick comment on this is, we can make a written comment to PHMSA, but you cannot capture the heartfelt realities of what's going on in your communities in a written comment. And then unless we actually show up at GPAC, we can't make those public comments and have those heard before GPAC, and then it's just they're hearing from industry, and when they're making their recommendations, they're not hearing our public voices. So I guess I would show those as the challenges and obstacles, and the hope is that we can make improvements here. I don't have an answer to it, but to find those ways to incorporate public voices on those specific rules will be amazing. So thank you.
Can I comment?
No, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think that your comments, Lori, are really spot on. In Olympia, Washington, where our commission is located, and by the shout out to my former colleagues from the commission who are here, we do a hybrid. Basically, the commissioners meet, our meetings are in person, but we live stream them, and we take testimony both in person and virtually. And I think that allows for the GPAC, I think there's a real value in having in-person ability to confer, to be able to float an idea in the hallway before you see whether you have the courage to bring it up in front of the whole group. Is really useful, and it's helped us in a lot of ways to get past things. Can you imagine 15 people from various industries trying to wordsmith? I mean, that's hard. So I don't like losing the in-person part of it. But what Lori said about the testimony, you know, we took testimony, I think it was on a Tuesday afternoon, on a matter that we didn't actually get to discuss until Thursday. So she's making testimony that is interrupting the flow of the earlier conversation. It lessens the impact, although I've got to say, when Julie Nigran made her testimony in front of us that was very powerful. She's the one in Johnstown, Colorado that Lori mentioned. But it's very important that people don't have to make all these arrangements to fly to Virginia to talk to us if they can just get on Zoom and talk to us that way. So I think a hybrid is really the way we should be looking at it.
All right, I will just also advocate that the industry is very favorable to making this as easy as possible. I don't know a solution either, but I think maybe it's a multi-pronged solution for the public to be able to advocate for their positions during these meetings, and for all members of each of the GPAC and LPAC to truly hear it as well.
Sure.
Yeah, so thank you so much for raising these issues, because it is, for me, the biggest downside of the process. So I feel like the deliberative process among people on the committee is very, very good and leads to good results. What isn't so good is the way that we take public comment. And I think it's, both a structural set of barriers, right? You're always going to have, it's going to be more difficult for public members to be able to engage in these processes because, they're not in the industry and being paid to be there as part of their jobs. That's just the sort of reality of regulation. And I think we've got to do a better way. We've got to find better ways of incorporating public comment. And I think that, if you look in a room and you see that 99% of people are from a particular stakeholder group, right, and that's who you're hearing from, that makes the deliberative process less knowledgeable, because you're sort of hearing a particular perspective. So, and I'm just grateful that you came all the way out from Colorado to give your testimony, and it was really powerful.
Just a little history too. When I first started at PHMSA and was involved in some of our advisory committees, they were much smaller. I think originally these, with this step in the process being at the tail end of a very long deliberative process for rulemaking, the idea was to assemble, these 15 stakeholders that were representative of the interests of the public, the government, and the industry to come together. They've always been public, but I would say probably since 2010, post San Bruno, post Marshall, Michigan, there's been just so much more interest in all the deliberations that go on, and being able to see those that go on at PHMSA. That, before, in the early days, we may have a conference room at DOT headquarters, and you may have a few seats around the perimeter of a big table that had a few members of the public who happened to stroll in, to more recently where we had to plan for quite a few audience members, up to say about 150, I think is what we usually plan for. So it really grew in popularity. I will say a little pro tip though. Like I said, this is the tail end of the process, and it is one more bite at the apple. But I would say, as a member of the public or anyone, to be involved in the process, be involved early, and that's why, you can subscribe to notices on what's going on, what proposed rules are going out there, advance notice proposed rulemakings. There are many opportunities to engage in the process, and I would recommend to not wait till the end. Certainly, the end at the advisory committee is open to the public, and that's designed that way to be another avenue, but it's very helpful if you start early in the process and help shape things as they go along. Let's see. Okay, another question for the panelists. As you know, there is the replacement of current or former members, I guess now former members of GPAC and LPAC going on. What do you see as the implications of this turnover of the committees on the effectiveness and public accountability? And does this level of turnover, the complete flipping of the committee, risk weakening continuity and expertise, or can it be managed in a way that strengthens input? Who wants to start with that one? Question relates to the changing, firing all of you and then reappointing you.
I'll take it on. So, I want to start by saying again, I'm a law professor, right? So the agency clearly has authority here to appoint the members and has the discretion to do so. And I think every committee member serves at the discretion of the agency. I also believe that it is important to bring new voices to the table, that to have new people around sort of invigorates the discussion, brings in new perspectives, and I think that can be helpful to a deliberative process. I think one thing I very much noted about when I first joined the committee was the culture of the deliberation, the fact that people really sat and listened to each other and asked questions, that it was a problem-solving type of discussion, which didn't mean we didn't sometimes get into it, right, and really sort of work through conflict. I mean, you can't avoid conflict about really important issues, but just that people were respectful of each other. If you start with a whole new group of people, you lose that opportunity to show that culture, right, around decision making. And so that would be the one thing that I would worry about if everyone were replaced, is just sort of how do you sort of pass down that deliberative nature of the body so that it continues to work, I think, in the way that it works best.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that the group really had, it had a mix of interests. It had safety advocates, it had environmental advocates, it had industry advocates from different industries, it had state, local, and federal people. So one of the big questions I have is who is going to lose the seat? What interest group is going to lose the seat at the table? And is that going to make the deliberations more or less comprehensive, and the result more fair or less fair? I mean, because one of the things that this group did is they worked for consensus. We had people that you would think wouldn't be able to agree on anything, but we just stayed there and day after day after day until we arrived at consensus. And there were very few instances where we actually had a majority-minority split on the advisory committee. And it was really helpful, to really understand the positions of other people. And so we did develop a lot of respect for each other. And I hope that that's maintained. It might be that the new appointees are going to be miles ahead of the old appointees. And there's also a concern that you are going to lose a lot of viewpoints on the committee if it's restructured in the wrong way.
Anyone else?
Sure, and I'm going to answer this one as it really depends on who is appointed as to the effectiveness. I'm not super confident that under the current administration that the public health is going to be prioritized. And we have as moms, we're looking out for the future of our children and for the air that they're breathing now and the future of our climate, and those should be the priorities, but it really will depend on who's appointed. And I think the technical expertise and the industry perspectives are much harder to replace because it's so ingrained, but then there's also the priority of the public interest and ensuring there's so much more of a focus on frontline communities and the impacted the communities out there. And I think regardless of what happens, the mission of PHMSA cannot be forgotten, and that's to protect health and safety. So thank you.
Okay. Just a couple of thoughts. First off, having been involved in finding potential members, potential candidates to run through the vetting process, it can be challenging to get people with the requisite knowledge. Ideally, you have someone that has some level of technical knowledge, deep technical knowledge related to pipeline safety. Can you imagine how easy that is for members of the public that may be qualified to be on the committee? It can be pretty daunting to find someone with that requisite knowledge. I can remember, Sarah, when you were appointed, you've recently spoken at our risk workshop. I think it was way back in 2015 on risk modeling. and you presented on risk. I thought, wow, we've got to get Sarah on our committee, and after that point, she was appointed. So we lucked into having you, and you were just such an incredible member. And of course, Dave was a commissioner, and the commissioners are a common government representative on the committee. We also had Diane Berman, who was from New York. She was on the GPAC she was a commissioner. And then we also have state representatives who are members as well. But it can be a challenge to even find commissioners that have the knowledge for LPAC, for instance, because not many states really deal with liquid pipelines. So that can be a challenge, but we're always looking. I say we are, the agency is always looking. I know now I think they should be pretty far along on the vetting process for a potential new slate of members. But if you're interested, or you think you'd have an interest, and you have that desire to work with an awesome group and do something that's so important to the country, I recommend you exploring, ways to be involved by potentially down the road becoming a member. All the appointments are made by the secretary, and my recommendation of a candidate is merely a recommendation, but it's ultimately the call of the administration. Okay, a quick question. I think you've already covered this one. Let me go to one that's been of interest, and that is how often the committee meets. The charter says the committees meet up to 4 times a year. As you know, in the past, the committees have not met 4 times a year. The committees have not met probably, but maybe 1 time a year. LPAC, I think, even 1 a year without it. What's the right amount of times to meet? To look at, not just rulemaking, but other items like policy updates, research and development, advising not just on rulemaking, but on other matters that the agency deals with. What's your perspective on, is it too much right now, or should we do more or less?
I would love to have more and longer meetings because I thought they were that important. At the same time, I think all 15 members have day jobs, and to get them to meet more than 4 times a year, even virtually, is a real commitment. And if you make it harder for people to get on, you are not going to find the same commitment by people to apply and join and participate, and I think that would be a real loss. I read there was a letter to Congress by INGA, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, saying that we should be meeting more often, and I was scratching my head about that because I can't imagine how much time I could spend to fly from Seattle to Washington, D.C. To commit to this, and so it could be that you could have briefings that are shorter and on smaller or more discrete topics, but I just think that it'd be very hard to meet more than 4 times a year, and even 4 times is tough.
Thank you. Sarah.
So I struggle with this because, yes, I feel like when we met, it was incredibly powerful, and I really did believe in the process. I do think that particularly from the public perspective, if we expect people to leave their day jobs and go to DC, and even for me, I have a very nice life as a law professor, but 2 weeks away from law school with my first-year law students who are all asking me questions about their course and very anxious about their materials, that was a challenge. So I feel like it's a very important set of work, but we need to be careful again to be thinking about people's other obligations. And if it was rough for me, it's going to be rougher for people whose jobs are not flexible at all, and I want those people to have the experience too.
And as someone who has never met as part of GPAC and LPAC, I can definitely feel that pain. And just want to share also that there is a sense of urgency because as time goes by and stronger rules are not put in and technological advances were brought up and are the regulations keeping up, I think there's a sense of urgency as well, but understand those time constraints.
I guess my perspective is we should meet at the time needed for regulation, to your point. We need to keep up with the pace, and PHMSA's had some pace this year. I think we can all agree on that. And so we need to be prepared to commit the time to keep up with that. And I do think maybe, I think somebody had mentioned like a briefing session or an educational type of session, maybe not as required, but could help to fill in what's the gap between the different meetings.
You know, from my perspective, having dealt with this question and different perspectives, I've seen both positions by committee members that some say they meet too much, some say they meet too little. I think what's important, you know, regardless of the frequency, when the committee does meet, it you know, should be important enough that there's an ask of the committee to provide guidance. I think we got criticism after a meeting that was held. I remember it was at the DC waterfront that pretty much briefings on National Academy studies, a variety of things that were of interest, but I think there was a concern that maybe, you know, there was no vote at that meeting and maybe we should have combined it. So maybe there's opportunity to create some efficiencies regarding that to kind of, you know, maybe do policy making and look at briefings on what's going on. There's also been discussion about using the committees more for, and it's in the realm of the charter, is to use them more to help guide on things like research and development. So anyway, what we're going to do now is, I know we're short on, not that short on time, but we have enough time for some questions. So who wants to be the first taker? Oh, and by the way, I failed to recognize Bob Hill is a former GPAC member. He's in the back with the cool hat. But Bob was a very valuable member of the committee, so thank you for your service. And did I miss anyone who was on it?
Lois Epstein here on the left, and Massoud.
Oh, Lois Epstein, of course. Yes, you were on LPAC. My apologies. Before my time, before my tenure, but yes. Okay, questions?
Question from Bill Burt.
This is a very important one. Years ago when I started getting involved in the committees, one of the industry associations would sponsor coffee. and now there was some kind of conflict, so they stopped doing that. But it seems to me we ought to be able to work that out. So there's more than water at these 2-week-long meetings.
That was actually a fun, that was funny, Bill. We always say, well, we're trying to attack the deficit, so we'll provide water that was included in the hotel contract. But, okay.
I'll second that too.
Oh, yes.
I've had the opportunity to serve on a couple of those committees with different agencies, with 2 totally different agencies. So I have heard this with a lot of interest and comparing to my experiences. And it sounds like this committee really has had more responsibility. And the fact that, I mean, we never even considered a 2-week meeting. And now we got assignments that some of us ended up serving on committees and then needing to meet weekly for a period of time to answer something and then put a proposal out. Ultimately, for the last one, I chose not to reapply because consumer was in the name of the committee, but it was dominated by industry in every way and controlled that way. And I came to believe that it wasn't making a difference. This committee seems very these seem very different than the ones I've served on because we had the charter, you know, all that stuff, but it's set up differently. So it's kind of telling me that agencies work in different ways.
Very good point. I think, you know, I think, Sarah, you alluded to it, or I know we've talked about it in terms of our GPAC and LPAC have been examples of really how the system has worked well in the federal government. That's not to mean it can't be improved, but you know, there are even distribution of stakeholders. That's not to say that Bambi, you know, the Goliath and Bambi, the Bambi feels outnumbered because you know, the industry has a lot of resources, government has resources, and that's why the agency has really gone to great lengths to brief the committee and help explain what's going on and really prep the members before. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I stole that question, but anyone want to take a swing at that too?
No, I mean, just the membership was basically, the structure was set up in law. And so, you know, PHMSA was complying with the law. But I also think that we were very fortunate in the individuals that, you know, the industry people were, I just can't say enough about them. I was thinking it was going to be very adversarial. And in fact, it was. Nobody caved on their position, but we spent time working through it. And I think that was very valuable.
Yeah, I don't want to come off as Pollyanna-ish because I can certainly come up with criticisms, and I think a big one is this question of how people engage with the process outside of it. But I will say, I mean, it is the kind of experience that I think as somebody who studies regulation and advisory committees, I mean, this is a very amazing model, and it is not true across agencies, and I think it has everything to do with the agency's commitment to these issues and its willingness to essentially give power, right, to a group of people to really work through some of the policy issues and listen carefully. And not every agency is going to do that, and there aren't going to be always the right people around the table to do that properly in a way that makes the agency continue to want to allow for that. But I think it has been, it really has been an amazing experience to watch it in action.
The other thing is, you know, we're trying to achieve consensus, and there were 15 of us on the committee, but we had 100 people behind us in the room, and they all had a chance to speak. And so you get into this consensus mindset, and you start hearing people's perspectives from various companies and various communities across the country. And all of that informs what we were doing. And that, you know, it's one of the reasons that we had very long meetings. But I just think that, you know, that was also what helped us get to something that everybody could hold their nose and agree to.
Okay, 5 minutes. In my 5 minutes, before I get to that, I missed one former member. I can't believe you didn't call me out. You said you were going to help me.
You always miss me.
But no, Massoud Tahamtani was a member of Liquid Pipeline Advisory Committee when he was at the State of Virginia, Commonwealth of Virginia Commission, State Corporation Commission. And I will say this, Massoud ran the tightest ship. He would share the LPAC, and my gosh, everyone was in line, and he was very strict, very effective. But we miss you, Massoud. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had one question and comment that I would think that this group might have some insight into. So I think on the public comment piece, there's a real challenge that you all have outlined of how the committee, it takes and hears public comment. But I think one of the other frustrations with PHMSA's rulemaking process from the public interest perspective is that seems to be the only place where there is public comment taken other than written comments. And that is different from other agencies. There are public hearings held. It's very rare that PHMSA does that. And I do think that there is opportunity for the agency to consider additional public hearings on their rulemakings as they're in process to provide additional input to the agency itself. Because one of the reasons members of the public come to the GPAC and LPAC is for the agency to hear their perspective. And that could provide another avenue that makes some of the logistical challenges around LPAC and GPAC a little bit easier to handle and figure out. And that, EPA does a lot of public hearings. They do them in person and virtually. Other agencies do that all the time. From a public interest perspective, I think there's a lot of frustration that it seems like that is not even considered in the PHMSA world. So I don't know if you all have thoughts on how to integrate those.
Yeah, go ahead, Massoud. You want to? I do have a comment on that, but yeah.
Good point, good question. We don't hold public hearings because there's connotation with hearings and all that. But for example, for the CO2 rulemaking, we held a public meeting in Iowa. We went to the place where these pipelines were supposed to be built, and we had approximately 400 people that showed up, another 600 online. All that information then informed our rulemaking. All that information was part of the docket. So I just wanted to mention that we do that public meeting to inform our rulemakings.
Which was at the request of the Pipeline Safety Trust and held before the proposal came out, so it couldn't respond. It was very important. It was a welcome addition and allowed for the agency to really get additional input, which I think it was an absolutely wonderful thing that was done. I would like to also see that post NPRM when people actually have something to respond to as well, to be able to give additional insight in ways that they think is a little bit maybe more impactful for them.
Appreciate the input. I mean, the CO2 was one example, and I know there was interest in having it right at ground zero where CO2 development was going on, and that was the request. And I have 1 minute that I'll just say one other. There are other places where we've held public meetings, not a hearing, but a meeting, like for leak detection. Early on in the Biden administration, for instance, we had early that year, we had a meeting on leak detection repair, and we gathered public comments. It was really a good meeting to get public comments for that. We did it on gas transmission. We do it where we really need to, there's controversy, and where we need to get that public input. The input is really valued. We just need to make sure we do more, they do more. But the agency has really gone to great lengths to be transparent and get input from the public through a number of avenues. And again, like I said, get involved early. Don't wait for this the pointy end of the spear when it's getting ready to be shot. Don't wait till the very end of it, but get involved early. It's my pro tip, as I was saying. I think we're at the end, right? We don't have any more questions or the capacity for any more, but we'll be around the conference. Feel free to grab one of us if you have any other things you'd like to talk about. Thanks for the discussion today, and thanks to the panelists. Nice job. And have a good rest of the conference. I'll turn it over to Erin.
Thank you so much, Alan. I just wanted to invite everybody to our reception. It's at 5:30 in the solarium, which is on the first floor. And then the traditional beignet walk is going to be held tonight at 9 p.m. Meet in the lobby, and we will wander over there for a little snack. So I look forward to seeing you at the reception.
Thank you.